Indiscretions of Archie. Chapter 15. Summer Storms. Of course, in a way, the thing was simple. The wheeze was, in a sense, straightforward and uncomplicated. What he wanted to do was to point out to the injured girl all that hung on her. He wished to touch her heart, to plead with her, to desire her to restate her war aims, and to persuade her, before 3 o'clock, when that stricken gentleman would be stepping into the pitcher's box to loose off the first ball against the Pittsburgh Pirates, to let bygones be bygones, and forgive Augustus Biddle. But the blighted problem was, how the deuce to find the opportunity to start. He couldn't yell at the girl in a crowded streetcar, and if he let go of his strap and bent over her, somebody would step on his neck. The girl-friend, who for the first 5 minutes had remained entirely concealed beneath her hat, now sought diversion by looking up and examining the faces of the upper strata of passengers. Her eye caught Archie's in a glance of recognition, and he smiled feebly, endeavoring to register bonhomie and goodwill. He was surprised to see a startled expression come into her brown eyes. Her face turned pink. At least, it was pink already, but it turned pinker. The next moment, the car having stopped to pick up more passengers, she jumped off and started to hurry across the street. Archie was momentarily taken aback. When embarking on this business, he had never intended it to become a blend of otter hunting and a moving picture chase. He followed her off the car with a sense that his grip on the affair was slipping. Preoccupied with these thoughts, he did not perceive that the long young man who had shared his strap had alighted too. His eyes were fixed on the vanishing figure of the girl-friend, who, having buzzed at a smart pace into 6th Avenue, was now legging it in the direction of the staircase leading to one of the stations of the elevated railroad. Dashing up the stairs after her, he shortly afterwards found himself suspended as before from a strap, gazing upon the now familiar flowers on top of her hat. From another strap, farther down the carriage, swayed the long young man in the grey suit. The train rattled on. Once or twice, when it stopped, the girl seemed undecided whether to leave or remain. She half rose, then sank back again. Finally, she walked resolutely out of the car, and Archie, following, found himself in a part of New York strange to him. The inhabitants of this district appeared to eke out a precarious existence, not by taking in one another's washing, but by selling one another second-hand clothes. Archie glanced at his watch. He had lunched early, but so crowded with emotions had been the period following lunch that he was surprised to find that the hour was only just 2. The discovery was a pleasant one. With a full hour before the scheduled start of the game, much might be achieved. He hurried after the girl, and came up with her just as she turned the corner into one of those forlorn New York side streets which are populated chiefly by children, cats, desultory loafers, and empty meat tins. The girl stopped and turned. Archie smiled a winning smile. "I say, my dear sweet creature," he said. "I say, my dear old thing, one moment." "Is that so?" said the girl-friend. "I beg your pardon?" "Is that so?" Archie began to feel certain tremors. Her eyes were gleaming, and her determined mouth had become a perfectly straight line of scarlet. It was going to be difficult to be chatty to this girl. She was going to be a hard audience. Would mere words be able to touch her heart? The thought suggested itself that, properly speaking, one would need to use a pickaxe. "If you could spare me a couple of minutes of your valuable time—" "Say, The lady drew herself up menacingly. "You tie a can to yourself and disappear. Fade away, or I'll call a cop." Archie was horrified at this misinterpretation of his motives. One or two children, playing close at hand, and a loafer, who was trying to keep the wall from falling down, seemed pleased. Theirs was a colourless existence, and to the rare purple moments which had enlivened it in the past, the calling of a cop had been the unfailing preliminary. The loafer nudged a fellow loafer, sunning himself against the same wall. The children, abandoning the meat tin round which their game had centred, drew closer. "My dear old soul," said Archie, "you don't understand." "Don't I? I know your sort, you trailing arbutus." "No, no, my dear old thing, believe me, I wouldn't dream." "Are you going, or aren't you?" 11 more children joined the ring of spectators. The loafers stared silently, like awakened crocodiles. "But, I say, listen, I only wanted—" At this point another voice spoke. "Say." The word "say," more almost than any word in the American language, is capable of a variety of shades of expression. It can be genial, it can be jovial, it can be appealing, it can also be truculent. The "say," which at this juncture smote upon Archie's eardrum with a suddenness which made him leap in the air, was truculent, and the 2 loafers and 27 children who now formed the audience were well satisfied with the dramatic development of the performance. To their experienced ears the word had the right ring. Archie spun round. At his elbow stood a long, strongly built young man in a grey suit. "Well," said the young man nastily, and he extended a large, freckled face toward Archie's. It seemed to the latter, as he backed against the wall, that the young man's neck must be composed of india-rubber. It appeared to be growing longer every moment. His face, besides being freckled, was a dull brick red in colour. His lips curled back in an unpleasant snarl, showing a gold tooth, and beside him, swaying in an ominous sort of way, hung 2 clenched red hands about the size of 2 young legs of mutton. Archie eyed him with a growing apprehension. There are moments in life when, passing idly on our way, we see a strange face, look into strange eyes, and, with a sudden glow of human warmth, say to ourselves, "We have found a friend." This was not one of those moments. The only person Archie had ever seen in his life who looked less friendly was the sergeant major who had trained him in the early days of the war, before he got his commission. "I've had my eye on you," said the young man. He still had his eye on him. It was a hot, gimlet-like eye, and it pierced the recesses of Archie's soul. He backed a little farther against the wall. Archie was frankly disturbed. He was no poltroon, and had proved the fact on many occasions during the days when the entire German army seemed to be picking on him personally, but he hated and shrank from anything in the nature of a bally public scene. "What?" inquired the young man, still bearing the burden of the conversation, and shifting his left hand a little farther behind his back. "Do you mean by following this young lady?" Archie was glad he had asked him. This was precisely what he wanted to explain. "My dear old lad," he began. In spite of the fact that he had asked a question, and presumably desired a reply, the sound of Archie's voice seemed to be more than the young man could endure. It deprived him of the last vestige of restraint. With a rasping snarl he brought his left fist round in a sweeping semicircle in the direction of Archie's head. Archie was no novice in the art of self-defense. Since his early days at school, he had learned much from the leather-faced professors of the science. He had been watching this unpleasant young man's eyes with close attention, and the latter could not have indicated his scheme of action more clearly if he had sent him a formal note. Archie saw the swing all the way. He stepped nimbly aside, and the fist crashed against the wall. The young man fell back with a yelp of anguish. "Gus!" screamed the girl-friend, bounding forward. She flung her arms round the injured man, who was ruefully examining a hand which, always of an outsize, was now swelling to still further dimensions. "Gus, darling!" A sudden chill gripped Archie. So engrossed had he been with his mission that it had never occurred to him that the lovelorn pitcher might have taken it into his head to follow the girl as well, in the hope of putting in a word for himself. Yet such, apparently, had been the case. Well, this had definitely torn it. Two loving hearts were united again in complete reconciliation. But a fat lot of good that was. It would be days before the misguided loony Biddle would be able to pitch with a hand like that. It looked like a ham already, and was still swelling. Probably the wrist was sprained. For at least a week the greatest left-handed pitcher of his time would be about as much use to the Giants, in any professional capacity, as a cold in the head. And on that crippled hand depended the fate of all the money Archie had in the world. He wished now that he had not thwarted the fellow's simple enthusiasm. To have had his head knocked forcibly through a brick wall would not have been pleasant, but the ultimate outcome would not have been as unpleasant as this. With a heavy heart, Archie prepared to withdraw, to be alone with his sorrow. At this moment, however, the girl-friend, releasing her wounded lover, made a sudden dash for him, with the plainest intention of blotting him from the earth. "No, I say, really," said Archie, bounding backwards. "I mean to say—" In a series of events, all of which had been a bit thick, this, in his opinion, achieved the maximum of thickness. It was the extreme, ragged, outside edge of the limit. To brawl with a fellow man in a public street had been bad, but to be brawled with by a girl, the shot was not on the board. Absolutely not on the board. There was only one thing to be done. It was dashed undignified, no doubt, for a fellow to pick up the old Waukesis and leg it in the face of the enemy, but there was no other course. Archie started to run, and as he did so, one of the loafers made the mistake of gripping him by the collar of his coat. "I got him," observed the loafer. There is a time for all things. This was essentially not the time for anyone of the male sex to grip the collar of Archie's coat. If a syndicate of Dempsey, Carpentier, and one of the zoo gorillas had endeavored to stay his progress at that moment, they would have had reason to consider it a rash move. Archie wanted to be elsewhere, and the blood of generations of Mooms, many of whom had swung a wicked axe in the free-for-all mix-ups of the Middle Ages, boiled within him at any attempt to revise his plans. There was a good deal of the loafer, but it was all soft. Releasing his hold when Archie's heel took him shrewdly on the shin, he received a nasty punch in what would have been the middle of his waistcoat if he had worn one, uttered a gurgling bleat like a wounded sheep, and collapsed against the wall. Archie, with a torn coat, rounded the corner and sprinted down 9th Avenue. The suddenness of the move gave him an initial advantage. He was halfway down the first block before the vanguard of the pursuit poured out of the side street. Continuing to travel well, he skimmed past a large dray, which had pulled up across the road, and moved on. The noise of those who pursued was loud and clamorous in the rear, but the dray hid him momentarily from their sight, and it was this fact which led Archie, the old campaigner, to take his next step. It was perfectly obvious. He was aware of this even in the novel excitement of the chase, that a chappie couldn't hoof it at 25 miles an hour indefinitely along a main thoroughfare of a great city without exciting remark. He must take cover. Cover! That was the wheeze. He looked about him for cover. "You want a nice suit?" It takes a great deal to startle your commercial New Yorker. The small tailor, standing in his doorway, seemed in no way surprised at the spectacle of Archie, whom he had seen pass at a conventional walk some 5 minutes before, returning like this at top speed. He assumed that Archie had suddenly remembered that he wanted to buy something. This was exactly what Archie had done. More than anything else in the world, what he wanted to do now was to get into that shop and have a long talk about gents' clothing. Pulling himself up abruptly, he shot past the small tailor into the dim interior. A confused aroma of cheap clothing greeted him. Except for a small oasis behind a grubby counter, practically all the available space was occupied by suits. Stiff suits, looking like the body when discovered by the police, hung from hooks. Limp suits, with the appearance of having swooned from exhaustion, lay about on chairs and boxes. The place was a cloth morgue, a Sargasso sea of serge. Archie would not have had it otherwise. In these quiet groves of clothing a regiment could have lain hid. "Something nifty in tweeds?" enquired the business-like proprietor of this haven, following him amiably into the shop. "Or maybe, yes, a nice serge. Say, mister, I got a sweet thing in a blue serge that'll fit you like the paper on the wall." Archie wanted to talk about clothes, but not yet. "I say, laddie," he said hurriedly, "lend me your ear for half a jiffy." Outside, the baying of the pack had become imminent. "Stow me away for a moment in the undergrowth, and I'll buy anything you want." He withdrew into the jungle. The noise outside grew in volume. The pursuit had been delayed for a priceless few instants by the arrival of another dray, moving northwards, which had drawn level with the first dray and dexterously bottled up the fairway. This obstacle had now been overcome, and the original searchers, their ranks swelled by a few dozen more of the leisured classes, were hot on the trail again. "You done a murder?" inquired the voice of the proprietor, mildly interested, filtering through a wall of cloth. "Well, boys will be boys," he said philosophically. "See anything there that you like? There are some sweet things there." "I'm inspecting them narrowly," replied Archie. "If you don't let those chappies find me, I shouldn't be surprised if I bought one." "One?" said the proprietor, with a touch of austerity. "Two," said Archie quickly, "or possibly 3 or 6. The proprietor's cordiality returned. "You can't have too many nice suits," he said approvingly. "Not a young feller like you that wants to look nice. All the nice girls like a young feller that dresses nice. When you go out of here in a suit I got hanging up there at the back, the girls'll be all over you like flies round a honey-pot." "Would you mind," said Archie, "would you mind, as a personal favour to me, old companion, not mentioning that word, girls?" He broke off. A heavy foot had crossed the threshold of the shop. "Say, uncle," said a deep voice, one of those beastly voices that only the most poisonous blighters have, "you see a young feller run past here?" "Young feller?" The proprietor appeared to reflect. "Do you mean a young feller in blue, with a Homburg hat?" "That's the duck. We lost him. Where did he go?" "Him? Why, he come running past, quick as he could go. I wondered what he was running for, a hot day like this. He went round the corner at the bottom of the block." There was silence. "Well, I guess he's got away," said the voice regretfully. "The way he was traveling," agreed the proprietor, "I would be surprised if he was in Europe by this. You want a nice suit?" The other, curtly expressing a wish that the proprietor would go to eternal perdition and take his entire stock with him, stomped out. "This," said the proprietor tranquilly, burrowing his way to where Archie stood and exhibiting a saffron-colored outrage, which appeared to be a poor relation of the flannel family, "would put you back $50, and cheap." "$50?" "60, I said. I don't speak always distinct." Archie regarded the distressing garment with a shuddering horror. A young man with an educated taste in clothes, it got right in among his nerve centers. "But honestly, old soul, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but that isn't a suit, it's just a regrettable incident." The proprietor turned to the door in a listening attitude. "I believe I hear that feller coming back," he said. Archie gulped. "How about trying it on?" he said. "I'm not sure, after all, it isn't fairly ripe." "That's the way to talk," said the proprietor cordially. "You try it on. You can't judge a suit, not a real nice suit like this, by looking at it. You want to put it on. There." He led the way to a dusty mirror at the back of the shop. "Isn't that a bargain at $70? Why, say, your mother would be proud if she could see her boy now." A quarter of an hour later, the proprietor, lovingly kneading a little sheaf of currency bills, eyed with a fond look the heap of clothes which lay on the counter. "As nice a little lot as I've ever had in my shop." Archie did not deny this. It was, he thought, probably only too true. "I only wish I could see you walking up Fifth Avenue in them," rhapsodized the proprietor. "You'll give 'em a treat. What you going to do with 'em? Carry 'em under your arm?" Archie shuddered strongly. "Well, then, I can send 'em for you anywhere you like. It's all the same to me. Where'll I send 'em?" Archie meditated. The future was black enough as it was. He shrank from the prospect of being confronted next day, at the height of his misery, with these appalling reach-me-downs. An idea struck him. "Yes, send 'em," he said. "What's the name and address?" "Daniel Brewster," said Archie, "Hotel Cosmopolis." It was a long time since he had given his father-in-law a present. Archie went out into the street and began to walk pensively down a now peaceful Ninth Avenue. Out of the depths that covered him, black as the pit from pole to pole, no single ray of hope came to cheer him. He could not, like the poet, thank whatever gods there be for his unconquerable soul, for his soul was licked to a splinter. He felt alone and friendless in a rotten world. With the best intentions, he had succeeded only in landing himself squarely amongst the Ribstons. Why had he not been content with his wealth, instead of risking it on that blighted bet with Reggie? Why had he trailed the girl-friend, dash her? He might have known that he would only make an ass of himself, and, because he had done so, Looney Biddle's left hand, that priceless left hand before which opposing batters quailed and wilted, was out of action, resting in a sling, careened like a damaged battleship. and any chance the giants might have of beating the pirates was gone, gone, as surely as that $1,000 which should have bought a birthday present for Lucille. A birthday present for Lucille! He groaned in bitterness of spirit. She would be coming back tonight, dear girl, all smiles and happiness, wondering what he was going to give her tomorrow. And when tomorrow dawned, all he would be able to give her would be a kind smile. A nice state of things. A jolly situation. A thoroughly good egg, he did not think. It seemed to Archie that nature, contrary to her usual custom of indifference to human suffering, was mourning with him. The sky was overcast, and the sun had ceased to shine. There was a sort of sombreness in the afternoon which fitted in with his mood. And then something splashed on his face. It says much for Archie's preoccupation that his first thought, as, after a few scattered drops, as though the clouds were submitting samples for approval, the whole sky suddenly began to stream like a shower-bath, was that this was simply an additional infliction which he was called upon to bear. On top of all his other troubles, he would get soaked to the skin or have to hang about in some doorway. He cursed richly and sped for shelter. The rain was setting about its work in earnest. The world was full of that rending, swishing sound which accompanies the more violent summer storms. Thunder crashed, and lightning flicked out of the grey heavens. Out in the street the raindrops bounded up off the stones like fairy fountains. Archie surveyed them morosely from his refuge in the entrance of a shop. And then suddenly, like one of those flashes which were lighting up the gloomy sky, a thought lit up his mind. "By Jove! If this keeps up, there won't be a ball game today." With trembling fingers he pulled out his watch. The hands pointed to 5 minutes to 3. A blessed vision came to him of a moist and disappointed crowd receiving rain-checks up at the polo grounds. "Switch it on, you blighters!" he cried, addressing the leaden clouds. "Switch it on, more and more!" It was shortly before 5 o'clock that a young man bounded into a jeweller's shop near the Hotel Cosmopolis, a young man who, in spite of the fact that his coat was torn near the collar and that he oozed water from every inch of his drenched clothes, appeared in the highest spirits. It was only when he spoke that the jeweller recognized in the human sponge the immaculate youth who had looked in that morning to order a bracelet. "I say, old lad," said this young man, "you remember that jolly little what-not you showed me before lunch?" "The bracelet, sir." "As you observe, with a manly candour which does you credit, my dear old jeweller, the bracelet. Well, produce, exhibit, and bring it forth, would you mind? Trot it out. Slip it across on a lordly dish." "You wished me, surely, to put it aside and send it to the Cosmopolis tomorrow." The young man tapped the jeweller earnestly on his substantial chest. "What I wished and what I wish now are two bally separate and dashed distinct things, friend of my college days. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today, and all that. I'm not taking any more chances. Not for me. For others, yes, but not for Archibald. Here are the doubloons. Produce the jolly bracelet. Thanks." The jeweller counted the notes with the same unction which Archie had observed earlier in the day in the proprietor of the second-hand clothes shop. The process made him genial. "A nasty wet day, sir, it's been," he observed chattily. Archie shook his head. "Old friend," he said, "you're all wrong. Far otherwise, and not a bit like it, my dear old trafficker in gems. You've put your finger on the one aspect of this blighted PM that really deserves credit and respect. Rarely in the experience of a lifetime have I encountered a day so absolutely bally in nearly every shape and form. But there was one thing that saved it, and that was its merry old wetness. Toodaloo, laddie." "Good evening, sir," said the jeweller. Chapter 16. Archie Accepts a Situation. Lucille moved her wrist slowly round, the better to examine the new bracelet. "You really are an angel, Angel," she murmured. "Like it?" said Archie complacently. "Like it? Why, it's gorgeous. It must have cost a fortune." "Oh, nothing to speak of. Just a few hard-earned pieces of 8, just a few doubloons from the old oak chest." "But I didn't know there were any doubloons in the old oak chest." "Well, as a matter of fact," admitted Archie, "at one point in the proceedings there weren't, but an aunt of mine in England, peace be on her head, happened to send me a chunk of the necessary at what you might call the psychological moment." "And you spent it all on a birthday present for me. Archie." Lucille gazed at her husband adoringly. "Archie, do you know what I think?" "What?" "You're the perfect man." "No, really? What ho?" "Yes," said Lucille firmly. "I've long suspected it, and now I know. I don't think there's anybody like you in the world." Archie patted her hand. "It's a rummy thing," he observed, "but your father said almost exactly that to me only yesterday. Only I don't fancy he meant the same as you. To be absolutely frank, his exact expression was that he thanked God there was only one of me." A troubled look came into Lucille's grey eyes. "It's a shame about father. I do wish he appreciated you. But you mustn't be too hard on him." "Me?" said Archie. "Hard on your father? Well, dash it all, I don't think I treat him with what you might call actual brutality, what? I mean to say, my whole idea is rather to keep out of the old lad's way, and curl up in a ball if I can't dodge him. I'd just as soon be hard on a stampeding elephant. I wouldn't for the world say anything derogatory, as it were, to your jolly old pater, but there is no getting away from the fact that he's by way of being one of our leading man-eating fishes. It would be idle to deny that he considers that you let down the proud old name of Brewster a bit when you brought me in and laid me on the mat." "Anyone would be lucky to get you for a son-in-law, precious." "I fear me, light of my life, that Dad doesn't see eye to eye with you on that point. No, every time I get hold of a daisy I give him another chance, but it always works out he loves me not." "You must make allowances for him, darling." "Right-o, but I hope devoutly that he doesn't catch me at it. I've a sort of idea that if the old Dad discovered that I was making allowances for him, he would have from 10 to 15 fits." "He's worried just now, you know." "I didn't know. He doesn't confide in me much." "He's worried about that waiter." "What waiter, queen of my soul?" "The man called Salvatore. Father dismissed him some time ago." "Salvatore?" "Probably you don't remember him. He used to wait on this table." "Why—" "And Father dismissed him, apparently, and now there's all sorts of trouble. You see, Father wants to build this new hotel of his, and he thought he'd got the site, and everything could start building right away. And now he finds that this man Salvatore's mother owns a little newspaper and tobacco shop right in the middle of the site, and there's no way of getting him out without buying the shop, and he won't sell. At least, he's made his mother promise that she won't sell." "A boy's best friend is his mother," said Archie approvingly. "I had a sort of idea all along." "So Father's in despair." Archie drew at his cigarette meditatively. "I remember a chappie, a policeman he was, as a matter of fact, and, incidentally, a fairly pronounced blighter, remarking to me some time ago that you could trample on the poor man's face, but you mustn't be surprised if he bit you in the leg while you were doing it. Apparently this is what has happened to the old dad. I had a sort of idea all along that old friend Salvatore would come out strong in the end if you only gave him time. Brainy sort of fella. Great pal of mine." Lucille's small face lightened. She gazed at Archie with proud affection. She felt that she ought to have known that he was the one to solve this difficulty. "You're wonderful, darling. Is he really a friend of yours?" "Absolutely. Many's the time he and I have chatted in this very grill-room." "Then it's all right. If you went to him and argued with him, he would agree to sell the shop, and Father would be happy. Think how grateful Father would be to you. It would make all the difference." Archie turned this over in his mind. "Something in that," he agreed. "It would make him see what a pet lambkin you really are." "Well," said Archie, "I'm bound to say that any scheme which what you might call culminates in your father regarding me as a pet lambkin ought to receive one's best attention. How much did he offer Salvatore for his shop?" "I don't know. There's Father. Call him over and ask him." Archie glanced over to where Mr. Brewster had sunk moodily into a chair at a neighboring table. It was plain, even at that distance, that Daniel Brewster had his troubles and was bearing them with an ill grace. He was scowling absently at the tablecloth. "You called him," said Archie, having inspected his formidable relative. "You know him better. Let's go over to him." They crossed the room. Lucille sat down opposite her father. Archie draped himself over a chair in the background. "Father, dear," said Lucille, "Archie has got an idea." "Archie?" said Mr. Brewster incredulously. "This is me," said Archie, indicating himself with a spoon. "The tall, distinguished-looking bird." "What new fool thing is he up to now?" "It's a splendid idea, Father. He wants to help you over your new hotel." "Wants to run it for me, I suppose." "By Jove," said Archie reflectively, "that's not a bad scheme. I never thought of running an hotel. I shouldn't mind taking a stab at it." "He has thought of a way of getting rid of Salvatore and his shop." For the first time Mr. Brewster's interest in the conversation seemed to stir. He looked sharply at his son-in-law. "He has he?" he said. Archie balanced a roll on a fork and inserted a plate underneath. The roll bounded away into a corner. "Sorry," said Archie. "My fault, absolutely. I owe you a roll. I'll sign a bill for it. Oh, about this sportsman Salvatore. Well, it's like this, you know. He and I are great pals. I've known him for years and years. At least, it seems like years and years. Lou was suggesting that I seek him out in his lair and ensnare him with my diplomatic manner and superior brain power and what not." "It was your idea, precious," said Lucille. Mr. Brewster was silent. Much as it went against the grain to have to admit it, there seemed to be something in this. "What do you propose to do?" "Become a jolly old ambassador. How much did you offer the chappie?" $3,000. Twice as much as the place is worth. He's holding out on me for revenge." "Ah, but how did you offer it to him, what? I mean to say, I bet you got your lawyer to write him a letter full of whereases, peradventures, and parties of the first part, and so forth. No good, old companion." "Don't call me old companion. All wrong, laddie. Nothing like it, dear heart. No good at all, friend of my youth. Take it from your Uncle Archibald. I'm a student of human nature, and I know a thing or two." "That's not much," growled Mr. Brewster, who was finding his son-in-law's superior manner a little trying. "Now don't interrupt, father," said Lucille severely. "Can't you see that Archie is going to be tremendously clever in a minute?" "He's got to show me." "What you ought to do," said Archie, "is to let me go and see him, taking the stuff in crackling bills. I'll roll them about on the table in front of him. That'll fetch him." He prodded Mr. Brewster encouragingly with a roll. "I'll tell you what to do. Give me 3,000 of the best and crispest, and I'll undertake to buy that shop. It can't fail, laddie." "Don't call me laddie." Mr. Brewster pondered. "Very well," he said at last. "I didn't know you had so much sense," he added grudgingly. "Oh, positively," said Archie. "Beneath a rugged exterior I hide a brain like a buzzsaw. Sense? I exude it, laddie. I drip with it." There were moments during the ensuing days when Mr. Brewster permitted himself to hope, but more frequently there were the moments when he told himself that a pronounced chump like his son-in-law could not fail somehow to make a mess of the negotiations. His relief, therefore, when Archie curveted into his private room and announced that he had succeeded, was great. "You really managed to make that wop sell out?" Archie brushed some papers off the desk with a careless gesture and seated himself on the vacant spot. "Absolutely. I spoke to him as one old friend to another, sprayed the bills all over the place, and he sang a few bars from Rigoletto and signed on the dotted line." "You're not such a fool as you look," owned Mr. Brewster. Archie scratched a match on the desk and lit a cigarette. "It's a jolly little shop," he said. "I took quite a fancy to it. Full of newspapers, don't you know, and cheap novels, and some weird-looking sort of chocolates, and cigars with the most fearfully attractive labels. I think I'll make a success of it. It's bang in the middle of a dashed good neighborhood. One of these days somebody will be building a big hotel round about there, and that'll help trade a lot. I look forward to ending my days on the other side of the counter, with a full set of white whiskers and a skull-cap, beloved by everybody. Everybody'll say, 'Oh, you must patronize that quaint, delightful old blighter. He's quite a character.'" Mr. Brewster's air of grim satisfaction had given way to a look of discomfort, almost of alarm. He presumed his son-in-law was merely indulging in badinage, but even so, his words were not soothing. "Well, I'm much obliged," he said. "That infernal shop was holding up everything. Now I can start building right away." Archie raised his eyebrows. "But, my dear old top, I'm sorry to spoil your daydreams and stop you chasing rainbows and all that, but aren't you forgetting that the shop belongs to me? I don't at all know that I want to sell, either." "I gave you the money to buy that shop." "And dashed generous of you it was, too," admitted Archie, unreservedly. "It was the first money you ever gave me, and I shall always tell interviewers that it was you who founded my fortunes. Some day, when I'm the newspaper and tobacco shop king, I'll tell the world all about it in my autobiography." Mr. Brewster rose dangerously from his seat. "Do you think you can hold me up, you worm?" "Well," said Archie, "the way I look at it is this. Ever since we met, you've been after me to become one of the world's workers, and earn a living for myself and what not, and now I see a way to repay you for your confidence and encouragement. You'll look me up sometimes at the good old shop, won't you?" He slid off the table and moved towards the door. "There won't be any formalities where you are concerned. You can sign bills for any reasonable amount any time you want a cigar or a stick of chocolate. Well, toodle-oo." "Stop! Now what? How much do you want for that damn shop?" "I don't want money. I want a job. If you are going to take my life work away from me, you ought to give me something else to do." "What job?" "You suggested it yourself the other day. I want to manage your new hotel." "Don't be a fool. What do you know about managing an hotel?" "Nothing. It will be your pleasing task to teach me the business while the shanty is being run up." There was a pause, while Mr. Brewster chewed 3 inches off a penholder. "Very well," he said at last. "Topping," said Archie. "I knew you'd see it. I'll study your methods, what? Adding some of my own, of course. You know, I've thought of one improvement on the Cosmopolis already." "Improvement on the Cosmopolis!" cried Mr. Brewster, gashed in his finest feelings. "Yes, there's one point where the old Cosmop slips up badly, and I'm going to see that it's corrected at my little shack. Customers will be entreated to leave their boots outside their doors at night, and they'll find them cleaned in the morning. Well, pip-pip, I must be popping. Time is money, you know, with us business-men." Chapter 17. Brother Bill's Romance. "Her eyes," said Bill Brewster, "are what's the word I want?" He looked across at Lucille and Archie. Lucille was leaning forward with an eager and interested face. Archie was leaning back with his fingertips together and his eyes closed. This was not the first time since their meeting in Beale's auction rooms that his brother-in-law had touched on the subject of the girl he had become engaged to marry during his trip to England. Indeed, Brother Bill had touched on very little else, and Archie, though of a sympathetic nature and fond of his young relative, was beginning to feel that he had heard all he wished to hear about Mabel Winchester. Lucille, on the other hand, was absorbed. Her brother's recital had thrilled her. Said Bill, "Stars," suggested Lucille. "Stars," said Bill gratefully. "Exactly the word. Twin stars shining in a clear sky on a summer night. Her teeth are what shall I say? Pearls? Pearls. And her hair is a lovely brown, like leaves in autumn. In fact," concluded Bill, slipping down from the heights with something of a jerk, "she's a corker, isn't she, Archie?" Archie opened his eyes. "Quite right, old top," he said. "It was the only thing to do." "What the devil are you talking about?" demanded Bill coldly. He had been suspicious all along of Archie's statement that he could listen better with his eyes shut. Oh, sorry, thinking of something else." "You were asleep." No, positively and distinctly not. Frightfully interested and rapt and all that, only I didn't quite get what you said." "I said that Mabel was a corker." "Oh, absolutely, in every respect." "There." Bill turned to Lucille triumphantly. "You hear that? And Archie has only seen her photograph. Wait till he sees her in the flesh." "My dear old chap," said Archie, shocked. "Ladies present? I mean to say, what?" "I'm afraid that father will be the one you'll find it hard to convince." "Yes," admitted her brother gloomily. "Your Mabel sounds perfectly charming, but, well, you know what father is. It is a pity she sings in the chorus." "She hasn't much of a voice," argued Bill in extenuation. "All the same—" Archie, the conversation having reached a topic on which he considered himself one of the greatest living authorities, to wit, the unlovable disposition of his father-in-law, address the meeting as one who has a right to be heard. "Lucille's absolutely right, old thing. Absolutely correcto. Your esteemed progenitor is a pretty tough nut, and it's no good trying to get away from it. And I'm sorry to have to say it, old bird, but if you come bounding in with that part of the personnel of the ensemble on your arm, and try to dig a father's blessing out of him, he's extremely apt to stab you in the gizzard." "I wish," said Bill, annoyed, "you wouldn't talk as though Mabel were the ordinary kind of chorus girl. She's only on the stage because her mother's hard up, and she wants to educate her little brother." "I say," said Archie, concerned, "take my tip, old top. In chatting the matter over with the pater, don't dwell too much on that aspect of the affair. I've been watching him closely, and it's about all he can stick, having to support me. If you ring in a mother and a little brother on him, he'll crack under the strain." "Well, I've got to do something about it. Mabel will be over here in a week." "Great Scott! You never told us that." "Yes, she's going to be in the new Billington show. And, naturally, she will expect to meet my family. I've told her all about you." "Did you explain father to her?" asked Lucille. "Well, I just said she mustn't mind him, as his bark was worse than his bite." "Well," said Archie, thoughtfully, "he hasn't bitten me yet, so you may be right. But you've got to admit that he's a bit of a barker." Lucille considered. "Really, Bill, I think your best plan would be to go straight to father and tell him the whole thing. You don't want him to hear about it in a roundabout way." "The trouble is that, whenever I'm with father, I can't think of anything to say." Archie found himself envying his father-in-law this merciful dispensation of Providence, for where he himself was concerned there had been no lack of eloquence on Bill's part. In the brief period in which he had known him, Bill had talked all the time and always on the one topic. As unpromising a subject as the tariff laws was easily diverted by him to a discussion of the absent Mabel. "When I'm with father," said Bill, "I sort of lose my nerve and yammer." "Dashed awkward," said Archie politely. He sat up suddenly. "I say, by Jove, I know what you want, old friend. Just thought of it." "That busy brain is never still," explained Lucille. "Saw it in the paper this morning. An advertisement of a book, don't you know." "I've no time for reading." "You've time for reading this one, laddie, for you can't afford to miss it. It's a what-do-you-call-it book. What I mean to say is, if you read it and take its tips to heart, it guarantees to make you a convincing talker. The advertisement's all about a chappie, whose name I forget, whom everybody loved because he talked so well. And, mark you, before he got hold of this book, The Personality That Wins was the name of it, if I remember rightly, he was known to all the lads in the office as Silent Samuel, or something. Or it may have been Tongue-Tied Thomas. Well, one day he happened by good luck to blow in the necessary for the good old P-that-W's, and now, whenever they want someone to go and talk Rockefeller, or someone into lending them $1 million or so, they send for Samuel. Only now they call him Sammy the Spellbinder, and fawn upon him pretty copiously, and all that. How about it, old son? How do we go?" "What perfect nonsense," said Lucille. "I don't know," said Bill, plainly impressed. "There might be something in it." "Absolutely," said Archie. "I remember it said, 'Talk convincingly, and no man will ever treat you with cold, unresponsive indifference.' Well, cold, unresponsive indifference is just what you don't want the pater to treat you with, isn't it? Or is it? Or isn't it? What? I mean what?" "It sounds all right," said Bill. "It is all right," said Archie. "It's a scheme. I'll go farther. It's an egg." "The idea I had," said Bill, "was to see if I couldn't get Mabel a job in some straight comedy. That would take the curse off the thing a bit. Then I wouldn't have to dwell on the chorus end of the business, you see." "Much more sensible," said Lucille. "But what a deuce of a sweat," argued Archie. "I mean to say, having to pop round and nose about and all that." "Aren't you willing to take a little trouble for your stricken brother-in-law, Worm?" said Lucille severely. "Oh, absolutely. My idea was to get this book and coach the dear old chap. Rehearse him, don't you know. He could bone up the early chapters a bit, and then drift round and try his convincing talk on me." "It might be a good idea," said Bill reflectively. "Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do," said Lucille. "I'm going to get Bill to introduce me to his Mabel, and if she's as nice as he says she is, I'll go to Father and talk convincingly to him." "You're an ace," said Bill. "Absolutely," agreed Archie cordially. "My partner, what? All the same, we ought to keep the book as a second string, you know. I mean to say, you are a young and delicately nurtured girl, full of sensibility and shrinking what's-its-name and all that. And you know what the jolly old pater is. He might bark at you and put you out of action in the first round. Well, then, if anything like that happened, don't you see, we could unleash old Bill, the trained, silver-tongued expert, and let him have a shot. Personally, I'm all for the P that W's." "Me too," said Bill. Lucille looked at her watch. "Good gracious, it's nearly 1 o'clock." "No!" Archie heaved himself from his chair. "Well, it's a shame to break up this feast of reason and flow of soul and all that, but if we don't leg it with some speed, we shall be late." "We're lunching at the Nicholsons'," explained Lucille to her brother. "I wish you were coming too." "Lunch?" Bill shook his head with a kind of tolerant scorn. "Lunch means nothing to me these days. I've other things to think of besides food." He looked as spiritual as his rugged features would permit. "I haven't written to her yet today." "But, dash it, old Scream, if she's going to be over here in a week, what's the good of writing? The letter would cross her." "I'm not mailing my letters to England," said Bill. "I'm keeping them for her to read when she arrives." "My sainted aunt," said Archie. Devotion like this was something beyond his outlook. Chapter 18. The Sausage Chappie. The Personality That Wins cost Archie $2 in cash and a lot of embarrassment when he asked for it at the store. To buy a treatise of that name would automatically seem to argue that you haven't a winning personality already, and Archie was at some pains to explain to the girl behind the counter that he wanted it for a friend. The girl seemed more interested in his English accent than in his explanation, and Archie was uncomfortably aware, as he receded, that she was practicing it in an undertone for the benefit of her colleagues and fellow workers. However, what is a little discomfort, if endured in friendship's name? He was proceeding up Broadway after leaving the store when he encountered Reggie Van Teel, who was drifting along in somnambulistic fashion near 39th Street. "Hullo, Reggie, old thing," said Archie. "Hullo," said Reggie, a man of few words. "I've just been buying a book for Bill Brewster," went on Archie. "It appears that old Bill— What's the matter?" He broke off his recital abruptly. A sort of spasm had passed across his companion's features. The hand holding Archie's arm had tightened convulsively. One would have said that Reginald had received a shock. "It's nothing," said Reggie. "I'm all right now. I caught sight of that fellow's clothes rather suddenly. They shook me a bit. "I'm all right now," he said, bravely. Archie, following his friend's gaze, understood. Reggie Van Teel was never at his strongest in the morning, and he had a sensitive eye for clothes. He had been known to resign from clubs because members exceeded the bounds in the matter of soft shirts with dinner jackets, and the short, thick-set man who was standing just in front of them in an attitude of restful immobility was certainly no dandy. His best friend could not have called him dapper. Take him for all in all and on the hoof, he might have been posing as a model for a sketch of what the well-dressed man should not wear. In costume, as in most other things, it is best to take a definite line and stick to it. This man had obviously vacillated. His neck was swathed in a green scarf. He wore an evening dress coat, and his lower limbs were draped in a pair of tweed trousers built for a larger man. To the north he was bounded by a straw hat, to the south by brown shoes. Archie surveyed the man's back carefully. "Bit thick," he said sympathetically. "But of course Broadway isn't Fifth Avenue. What I mean to say is, Bohemian license and what not. Broadway's crammed with deuced brainy devils who don't care how they look. Probably this bird is a mastermind of some species." "All the same, man's no right to wear evening dress coat with tweed trousers." "Absolutely not. I see what you mean." At this point the sartorial offender turned. Seen from the front, he was even more unnerving. He appeared to possess no shirt, though this defect was offset by the fact that the tweed trousers fitted snugly under the arms. He was not a handsome man. At his best he could never have been that, and in the recent past he had managed to acquire a scar that ran from the corner of his mouth halfway across his cheek. Even when his face was in repose he had an odd expression, and when, as he chanced to do now, he smiled, odd became a mild adjective, quite inadequate for purposes of description. It was not an unpleasant face, however. Unquestionably genial, indeed. There was something in it that had a quality of humorous appeal. Archie started. He stared at the man. Memory stirred. "Great Scott!" he cried. "It's the sausage chappie!" Reginald Van Teel gave a little moan. He was not used to this sort of thing. A sensitive young man as regarded scenes, Archie's behavior unmanned him. For Archie, releasing his arm, had bounded forward and was shaking the other's hand warmly. "Well, well, well, my dear old chap, you must remember me, what? No, yes?" The man with the scar seemed puzzled. He shuffled the brown shoes, patted the straw hat, and eyed Archie questioningly. "I don't seem to place you," he said. Archie slapped the back of the evening dress coat. He linked his arm affectionately with that of the dress reformer. "We met outside San Miel in the war. You gave me a bit of sausage. One of the most sporting events in history. Nobody but a real sportsman would have parted with a bit of sausage at that moment to a stranger. Never forgotten it, by Jove. Saved my life, absolutely. Hadn't chewed a morsel for 8 hours. Well, have you got anything on? I mean to say, you aren't booked for lunch or any rot of that species, are you? Fine. Then I move we all toddle off and get a bite somewhere." He squeezed the other's arm fondly. "Fancy meeting you again like this. I've often wondered what became of you. But, by Jove, I was forgetting. Dashed rude of me. My friend, Mr. Van Teel." Reggie gulped. The longer he looked at it, the harder this man's costume was to bear. His eye passed shudderingly from the brown shoes to the tweed trousers, to the green scarf, from the green scarf to the straw hat. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Just remembered. Important date. Late already. See you sometime." He melted away, a broken man. Archie was not sorry to see him go. Reggie was a good chap, but he would undoubtedly have been de trop at this reunion. "I vote we go to the Cosmopolis," he said, steering his newly found friend through the crowd. "The browsing and sluicing isn't bad there, and I can sign the bill, which is no small consideration nowadays." The sausage chappie chuckled amusedly. "I can't go to a place like the Cosmopolis looking like this." Archie was a little embarrassed. "Oh, I don't know. You know, don't you know?" he said. "Still, since you have brought the topic up, you did get the good old wardrobe a bit mixed this morning, what? I mean to say, you seem absent-mindedly, as it were, to have got hold of samples from a good number of your various suitings." "Suitings? How do you mean, suitings? I haven't any suitings. Who do you think I am, Vincent Astor? All I have is what I stand up in." Archie was shocked. This tragedy touched him. He himself had never had any money in his life, but somehow he had always seemed to manage to have plenty of clothes. How this was, he could not say. He had always had a vague sort of idea that tailors were kindly birds who never failed to have a pair of trousers or something up their sleeve to present to the deserving. There was the drawback, of course, that once they had given you things, they were apt to write you rather a lot of letters about it. But you soon managed to recognize their handwriting, and then it was a simple task to extract their communications from your morning mail and drop them in the waste-paper basket. This was the first case he had encountered of a man who was really short of clothes. "My dear old lad," he said briskly, "this must be remedied. Oh, positively. This must be remedied at once. I suppose my things wouldn't fit you? No. Well, I tell you what. We'll wangle something from my father-in-law. Old Brewster, you know, the fellow who runs the Cosmopolis. His'll fit you like the paper on the wall, because he's a tubby little blighter too. What I mean to say is, he's also one of those sturdy, square, fine-looking chappies of about the middle height. By the way, where are you stopping these days?" "Nowhere just at present. I thought of taking one of those self-contained park benches." "Are you broke?" "Am I?" Archie was concerned. "You ought to get a job." "I ought, but somehow I don't seem able to." "What did you do before the war?" "I've forgotten." "Forgotten?" "Forgotten." "How do you mean, forgotten? You can't mean forgotten." "Yes, it's quite gone." "But I mean to say, you can't have forgotten a thing like that." "Can't I? I've forgotten all sorts of things. Where I was born, how old I am, whether I'm married or single, what my name is." "Well, I'm dashed," said Archie, staggered. "But you remembered about giving me a bit of sausage outside San Miel." "No, I didn't. I'm taking your word for it. For all I know, you may be luring me into some den to rob me of my straw hat. I don't know you from Adam. But I like your conversation, especially the part about eating, and I'm taking a chance." Archie was concerned. "Listen, old bean, make an effort. You must remember that sausage episode. It was just outside San Miel, about 5 in the evening. Your little lot were lying next to my little lot, and we happened to meet, and I said, "What ho?" and you said, "Hello," and I said, "What ho, what ho?" and you said, "Have a bit of sausage?" and I said, "What ho, what ho, what ho?" The dialogue seems to have been darn sparkling, but I don't remember it. It must have been after that I stopped one. I don't seem quite to have caught up with myself since I got hit. Oh, that's how you got that scar. No, I got that jumping through a plate-glass window in London on Armistice night. What on earth did you do that for? Oh, I don't know. It seemed a good idea at the time. But if you can remember a thing like that, why can't you remember your name? I remember everything that happened after I came out of hospital. It's the part before that's gone. Archie patted him on the shoulder. I know just what you want. You need a bit of quiet and repose to think things over and so forth. You mustn't go sleeping on park benches. Won't do at all. Not a bit like it. You must shift to the Cosmopolis. It isn't half a bad spot, the old Cosmop. I didn't like it much the first night I was there, because there was a dashed tap that went drip, drip, drip all night and kept me awake. But the place has its points. Is the Cosmopolis giving free board and lodging these days? Rather. That'll be all right. Well, this is the spot. We'll start by trickling up to the old boy's suite and looking over his reach-me-downs. I know the waiter on his floor, a very sound chappie. He'll let us in with his pass-key. And so it came about that Mr. Daniel Brewster, returning to his suite in the middle of lunch in order to find a paper dealing with the subject he was discussing with his guest, the architect of his new hotel, was aware of a murmur of voices behind the closed door of his bedroom. Recognizing the accents of his son-in-law, he breathed an oath and charged in. He objected to Archie wandering at large about his suite. The sight that met his eyes when he opened the door did nothing to soothe him. The floor was a sea of clothes. There were coats on the chairs, trousers on the bed, shirts on the bookshelf, and in the middle of this welter stood Archie, with a man who, to Mr. Brewster's heated eye, looked like a tramp comedian out of a burlesque show. "Great Godfrey!" ejaculated Mr. Brewster. Archie looked up with a friendly smile. "Oh, hello, hello," he said affably. "We were just glancing through your spare scenery to see if we couldn't find something for my pal here. This is Mr. Brewster, my father-in-law, old man." Archie scanned his relative's twisted features. Something in his expression seemed not altogether encouraging. He decided that the negotiations had better be conducted in private. "One moment, old lad," he said to his new friend. "I just want to have a little talk with my father-in-law in the other room. Just a little friendly business chat. You stay here." In the other room, Mr. Brewster turned on Archie like a wounded lion of the desert. "What the—" Archie secured one of his coat buttons and began to massage it affectionately. "Ought to have explained," said Archie. "Only didn't want to interrupt your lunch. The sportsman on the horizon is a dear old pal of mine." Mr. Brewster wrenched himself free. "What the devil do you mean, you worm, by bringing tramps into my bedroom and messing about with my clothes?" "That's just what I'm trying to explain, if you'll only listen. This bird is a bird I met in France during the war. He gave me a bit of sausage outside Saint-Mihiel." "Damn you, and him, and the sausage!" "Absolutely. But listen. He can't remember who he is, or where he was born, or what his name is. And he's broke. So, dash it, I must look after him. You see, he gave me a bit of sausage." Mr. Brewster's frenzy gave way to an ominous calm. "I'll give him 2 seconds to clear out of here. If he isn't gone by then, I'll have him thrown out." Archie was shocked. "You don't mean that?" "I do mean that." "But where's he to go?" "Outside." "But you don't understand. This chappie has lost his memory because he was wounded in the war. Keep that fact firmly fixed in the old bean. He fought for you, fought and bled for you, bled profusely, by Jove, and he saved my life. If I got nothing else against him, that would be enough. But you can't slink a chappie out into the cold, hard world who bled in gallons to make the world safe for the Hotel Cosmopolis." Mr. Brewster looked ostentatiously at his watch. 2 seconds, he said. There was a silence. Archie appeared to be thinking. "Righto," he said at last. "No need to get the wind up. I know where he can go. It's just occurred to me I'll put him up at my little shop." The purple ebbed from Mr. Brewster's face. Such was his emotion that he had forgotten that infernal shop. He sat down. There was more silence. "Oh, gosh," said Mr. Brewster. "I knew you would be reasonable about it," said Archie approvingly. "Now, honestly, as man to man, how do we go?" "What do you want me to do?" growled Mr. Brewster. "I thought you might put the chappie up for a while, and give him a chance to look round and nose about a bit." "I absolutely refuse to give any more loafers free board and lodging." "Any more? Well, he would be the second, wouldn't he?" Archie looked pained. "It's true," he said, "that when I first came here I was temporarily resting, so to speak. But didn't I go right out and grab the managership of your new hotel? Positively." "I will not adopt this tramp." "Well, find him a job, then." "What sort of a job?" "Oh, any old sort." "He can be a waiter if he likes." "All right. I'll put the matter before him." He returned to the bedroom. The sausage chappie was gazing fondly into the mirror, with a spotted tie draped round his neck. "I say, old top," said Archie apologetically, "the Emperor of the Blighters out yonder says that you can have a job here as a waiter, and he won't do another dashed thing for you. How about it?" "Do waiters eat?" "I suppose so. Though, by Jove, come to think of it, I've never seen one at it." "That's good enough for me," said the sausage chappie. "When do I begin?" Chapter 19. Reggie Comes to Life. The advantage of having plenty of time on one's hands is that one has leisure to attend to the affairs of all one's circle of friends, and Archie, assiduously as he watched over the destinies of the sausage chappie, did not neglect the romantic needs of his brother-in-law, Bill. A few days later, Lucille, returning one morning to their mutual suite, found her husband seated in an upright chair at the table, an unusually stern expression on his amiable face. A large cigar was in the corner of his mouth. The fingers of one hand rested in the armhole of his waistcoat. With the other hand he tapped menacingly on the table. As she gazed upon him, wondering what could be the matter with him, Lucille was suddenly aware of Bill's presence. He had emerged sharply from the bedroom and was walking briskly across the floor. He came to a halt in front of the table. "Father," said Bill. Archie looked up sharply, frowning heavily over his cigar. "Well, my boy," he said in a strange, rasping voice, "what is it? Speak up, my boy, speak up! Why the devil can't you speak up? This is my busy day." "What on earth are you doing?" asked Lucille. Archie waved her away with the large gesture of a man of blood and iron interrupted while concentrating. Leave us, woman. We would be alone. Retire into the jolly old background and amuse yourself for a bit. Read a book. Do acrostics. Charge ahead, laddie." "Father," said Bill again.
"Yes, my boy, yes. What is it?"
"Father—" Archie picked up the red-covered volume that lay on the table. "Half a mold, son. Sorry to stop you, but I knew there was something. I've just remembered. Your walk. All wrong." "All wrong?" "All wrong. Where's the chapter on the art of walking? Here we are. Listen, dear old soul. Drink this in. In walking, one should strive to acquire that swinging, easy movement from the hips. The correctly poised walker seems to float along, as it were. Now, old bean, you didn't float a damn bit. You just galloped in like a chappie charging into a railway restaurant for a bowl of soup when his train leaves in 2 minutes. Dashed important, this walking business, you know. Get started wrong, and where are you? Try it again. Much better." He turned to Lucille. "Notice him float along that time? Absolutely skimmed, what?" Lucille had taken a seat and was waiting for enlightenment. "Are you and Bill going into vaudeville?" she asked. Archie, scrutinizing his brother-in-law closely, had further criticism to make. "The man of self-respect and self-confidence," he read, "stands erect in an easy, natural, graceful attitude. Heels not too far apart, head erect, eyes to the front with a level gaze. Get your gaze level, old thing. Shoulders thrown back, arms hanging naturally at the sides when not otherwise employed. That means that if he tries to hit you, it's all right to guard. Chest expanded naturally, and abdomen—this is no place for you, Lucille. Leg it out of earshot. What I said before, drawn in somewhat, and above all, not protruded. Now, have you got all that? Yes, you look all right. Carry on, laddie, carry on. Let's have a twopennyworth of the dynamic voice and the tone of authority. Some of the full, rich, round stuff we hear so much about." Bill fastened a gimlet eye upon his brother-in-law and drew a deep breath. "Father," he said. "Father—" "You'll have to brighten up Bill's dialogue a lot," said Lucille critically, "or you will never get bookings." "Father— I mean, it's all right as far as it goes, but it's sort of monotonous. Besides, one of you ought to be asking questions and the other answering. Bill ought to be saying, 'Who was that lady I saw you coming down the street with?' so that you would be able to say, 'That wasn't a lady, that was my wife.' I know. I've been to lots of vaudeville shows." Bill relaxed his attitude. He deflated his chest, spread his heels, and ceased to draw in his abdomen. "We'd better try this another time, when we're alone," he said frigidly. "I can't do myself justice." "Why do you want to do yourself justice?" asked Lucille. "Right-o," said Archie affably, casting off his forbidding expression like a garment. "Rehearsal postponed. I was just putting old Bill through it," he explained, "with a view to getting him into mid-season form for the jolly old pater." "Oh!" Lucille's voice was the voice of one who sees light in darkness. "When Bill walked in like a cat on hot bricks and stood there looking stuffed, that was just the personality that wins." "That was it." "Well, you couldn't blame me for not recognizing it, could you?" Archie patted her head paternally. "A little less of the caustic critic stuff," he said. "Bill will be all right on the night. If you hadn't come in then and put him off his stroke, he would have shot out some amazing stuff, full of authority and dynamic accents and what not. I tell you, light of my soul, old Bill is all right. He's got the winning personality up a tree, ready whenever he wants to go and get it. Speaking as his backer and trainer, I think he'll twist your father round his little finger." "Absolutely. It wouldn't surprise me if at the end of 5 minutes the good old dad started pumping through hoops and sitting up for lumps of sugar." "It would surprise me." "Ah, that's because you haven't seen old Bill in action. You crabbed his act before he had begun to spread himself." "It isn't that at all. The reason I think that Bill, however winning his personality may be, won't persuade father to let him marry a girl in the chorus is something that happened last night." "Last night?" "Well, at 3 o'clock this morning. It's on the front page of the early editions of the evening papers. I brought one in for you to see, only you were so busy. Look, there it is." Archie seized the paper. "Oh, great Scott!" "What is it?" asked Bill irritably. "Don't stand goggling there. What the devil is it?" "Listen to this, old thing. Revelry by night. Spirited battle royal at Hotel Cosmopolis. The hotel detective had a good heart, but Pauline packed the punch. The logical contender for Jack Dempsey's championship honors has been discovered, and in an age where women are stealing men's jobs all the time, it will not come as a surprise to our readers to learn that she belongs to the sex that is more deadly than the male. Her name is Miss Pauline Preston, and her wallop is vouched for under oath, under many oaths, by Mr. Timothy O'Neill, known to his intimates as Pieface, who holds down the arduous job of detective at the Hotel Cosmopolis. At 3 o'clock this morning, Mr. O'Neill was advised by the night clerk that the occupants of every room within earshot of number 618 had phoned the desk to complain of a disturbance, a noise, a vocal uproar proceeding from the room mentioned. Thither therefore marched Mr. O'Neill, his face full of cheese sandwich, for he had been indulging in an early breakfast or a late supper, and his heart of devotion to duty. He found there the Mrs. Pauline Preston and Bobby St. Clair, of the personnel of the chorus of the Frivolities, entertaining a few friends of either sex. A pleasant time was being had by all, and at the moment of Mr. O'Neill's entry the entire strength of the company was rendering with considerable emphasis that touching ballad, "There's a place for me in heaven, for my baby boy is there." The able and efficient officer at once suggested that there was a place for them in the street, and the patrol wagon was there, and, being a man of action as well as words, proceeded to gather up an armful of assorted guests as a preliminary to a personally conducted tour onto the cold night. It was at this point that Miss Preston stepped into the limelight. Mr. O'Neill contends that she hit him with a brick, an iron casing, and the Singer Building. Be that as it may, her efforts were sufficiently able to induce him to retire for reinforcements, which, arriving, arrested the supper party regardless of age or sex. At the police court this morning, Miss Preston maintained that she and her friends were merely having a quiet home evening, and that Mr. O'Neill was no gentleman. The male guests gave their names respectively as Woodrow Wilson, David Lloyd George, and William J. Bryan. These, however, are believed to be incorrect. But the moral is, if you want excitement rather than sleep, stay at the Hotel Cosmopolis. Bill may have quaked inwardly as he listened to this epic, but outwardly he was unmoved. "Well," he said, "what about it?" "What about it?" said Lucille. "What about it?" said Archie. "Why, my dear old friend, it simply means that all the time we've been putting in making your personality winning has been chucked away. Absolutely a dead loss. We might just as well have read a manual on how to knit sweaters." "I don't see it," maintained Bill stoutly. Lucille turned apologetically to her husband. "You mustn't judge me by him, Archie darling. This sort of thing doesn't run in the family. We are supposed to be rather brighter on the whole. But poor Bill was dropped by his nurse when he was a baby and fell on his head." "I suppose what you're driving at," said the goaded Bill, "is that what has happened will make Father pretty sore against girls who happen to be in the chorus?" "That's absolutely it, old thing, I'm sorry to say. The next person who mentions the word chorus girl in the jolly old governor's presence is going to take his life in his hands. I tell you, as one man to another, that I'd much rather be back in France hopping over the top than do it myself." "What darn nonsense! Mabel may be in the chorus, but she isn't like those girls." "Poor old Bill," said Lucille. "I'm awfully sorry, but it's no use not facing facts. You know perfectly well that the reputation of the hotel is the thing Father cares more about than anything else in the world, and that this is going to make him furious with all the chorus girls in creation. It's no good trying to explain to him that your Mabel is in the chorus, but not of the chorus, so to speak." "Deuced well put," said Archie approvingly. "You're absolutely right. A chorus girl by the river's brim, so to speak, a simple chorus girl is to him, as it were, and she is nothing more, if you know what I mean." "So now," said Lucille, "having shown you that the imbecile scheme which you concocted with my poor, well-meaning husband is no good at all, I will bring you words of cheer. Your own original plan, of getting your Mabel a part in a comedy, was always the best one, and you can do it. I wouldn't have broken the bad news so abruptly if I hadn't had some consolation to give you afterwards. I met Reggie Van Teel just now, wandering about as if the cares of the world were on his shoulders, and he told me that he was putting up most of the money for a new play that's going into rehearsal right away. Reggie's an old friend of yours. All you have to do is to go to him and ask him to use his influence to get your Mabel a small part. There's sure to be a maid or something with only a line or two that won't matter." "A ripe scheme," said Archie. "Very sound and fruity." The cloud did not lift from Bill's corrugated brow. "That's all very well," he said, "but you know what a talker Reggie is. He's an obliging sort of chump, but his tongue's fastened on at the middle and waggles at both ends. I don't want the whole of New York to know about my engagement, and have somebody spilling the news to Father before I'm ready." "That's all right," said Lucille. "Archie can speak to him. There's no need for him to mention your name at all. He can just say there's a girl he wants to get a part for. You would do it, wouldn't you, Angel Face?" "Like a bird, queen of my soul." "Then that's splendid. You'd better give Archie that photograph of Mabel to give to Reggie, Bill." "Photograph?" said Bill. "Which photograph? I have 24. Archie found Reggie Van Teel brooding in a window of his club that looked over Fifth Avenue. Reggie was a rather melancholy young man who suffered from elephantiasis of the bankroll and other evils that arise from that complaint. Gentle and sentimental by nature, his sensibilities had been much wounded by contact with a sordid world, and the thing that had first endeared Archie to him was the fact that the latter, though chronically hard up, had never made any attempt to borrow money from him. Reggie would have parted with it on demand, but it had delighted him to find that Archie seemed to take a pleasure in his society without having any ulterior motives. He was fond of Archie, and also of Lucille, and their happy marriage was a constant source of gratification to him. For Reggie was a sentimentalist. He would have liked to live in a world of ideally united couples, himself ideally united to some charming and affectionate girl. But as a matter of cold fact, he was a bachelor, and most of the couples he knew were veterans of several divorces. In Reggie's circle, therefore, the home life of Archie and Lucille shone like a good deed in a naughty world. It inspired him. In moments of depression, it restored his waning faith in human nature. Consequently, when Archie, having greeted him and slipped into a chair at his side, suddenly produced from his inside pocket the photograph of an extremely pretty girl and asked him to get her a small part in the play which he was financing, he was shocked and disappointed. He was in a more than unusually sentimental mood that afternoon, and had, indeed, at the moment of Archie's arrival, been dreaming wistfully of soft arms clasped snugly about his collar, and the patter of little feet, and all that sort of thing. He gazed reproachfully at Archie. "Archie," his voice quivered with emotion, "is it worth it? Is it worth it, old man? Think of the poor little woman at home." Archie was puzzled. "Eh, old top? Which poor little woman?" "Think of her trust in you, her faith." "I don't absolutely get you, old bean." "What would Lucille say if she knew about this?" "Oh, she does. She knows all about it." "Good heavens!" cried Reggie. He was shocked to the core of his being. One of the articles of his faith was that the union of Lucille and Archie was different from those loose partnerships which were the custom in his world. He had not been conscious of such a poignant feeling that the foundations of the universe were cracked and tottering, and that there was no light and sweetness in life since the morning, 18 months back, when a negligent valet had sent him out into Fifth Avenue with only one spat on. "It was Lucille's idea," explained Archie. He was about to mention his brother-in-law's connection with the matter, but checked himself in time, remembering Bill's specific objection to having his secret revealed to Reggie. "It's like this, old thing. I've never met this female, but she's a pal of Lucille's." He comforted his conscience by the reflection that, if she wasn't now, she would be in a few days. "And Lucille wants to do her a bit of good. She's been on the stage in England, you know, supporting a jolly old widowed mother and educating a little brother and all that kind of species of rot, you understand, and now she's coming over to America, and Lucille wants you to rally round and shove her into your show and generally keep the home fires burning and so forth. How do we go?" Reggie beamed with relief. He felt just as he had felt on that other occasion, at the moments when a taxicab had rolled up and enabled him to hide his spatless leg from the public gaze. "Oh, I see," he said. "Why, delighted, old man, quite delighted." "Any small part would do. Isn't there a maid or something in your Bobsworth of refined entertainment who drifts about saying 'Yes, madame,' and all that sort of thing? Well, then, that's just the thing. Topping. I knew I could rely on you, old bird. I'll get Lucille to ship her round to your address when she arrives. I fancy she's due to totter in somewhere in the next few days. Well, I must be popping. Toodaloo." "Pip, pip," said Reggie. It was about a week later that Lucille came into the suite at the Hotel Cosmopolis that was her home, and found Archie lying on the couch, smoking a refreshing pipe after the labours of the day. It seemed to Archie that his wife was not in her usual cheerful frame of mind. He kissed her, and having relieved her of her parasol, endeavoured without success to balance it on his chin. Having picked it up from the floor and placed it on the table, he became aware that Lucille was looking at him in a despondent sort of way. Her grey eyes were clouded. "Hello, old thing," said Archie. "What's up?" Lucille sighed wearily. "Archie, darling, do you know any really good swear words?" "Well," said Archie reflectively, "let me see. I did pick up a few tolerably ripe and breezy expressions out in France. All through my military career there was something about me, some subtle magnetism, don't you know, and that sort of thing, that seemed to make colonels and blighters of that order rather inventive. I sort of inspired them, don't you know. I remember one brass hat addressing me for quite 10 minutes, saying something new all the time, and even then he seemed to think he had only touched the fringe of the subject. As a matter of fact, he said straight out in the most frank and confiding way that mere words couldn't do justice to me. But why? Because I want to relieve my feelings. Anything wrong? Everything's wrong. I've just been having tea with Bill and his Mabel." "Oh, ah," said Archie, interested. "And what's the verdict?" "Guilty," said Lucille. "And the sentence, if I had anything to do with it, would be transportation for life." She peeled off her gloves irritably. "What fools men are! Not you, precious. You're the only man in the world that isn't, it seems to me. You did marry a nice girl, didn't you? You didn't go running round after females with crimson hair, goggling at them with your eyes popping out of your head like a bulldog waiting for a bone. Oh, I say, does old Bill look like that? Worse." Archie rose to a point of order. "But one moment, old lady. You speak of crimson hair. Surely old Bill, in the extremely jolly monologues he used to deliver whenever I didn't see him coming and he got me alone, used to allude to her hair as brown. It isn't brown now. It's bright scarlet. Good gracious, I ought to know. I've been looking at it all the afternoon. It dazzled me. If I've got to meet her again, I mean to go to the oculist's and get a pair of those smoked glasses you wear at Palm Beach." Lucille brooded silently for a while over the tragedy. "I don't want to say anything against her, of course." "No, no, of course not." "But of all the awful second-rate girls I ever met, she's the worst. She has vermilion hair and an imitation Oxford manner. She's so horribly refined that it's dreadful to listen to her. She's a sly, creepy, slinky, made-up, insincere vampire. She's common. She's awful. She's a cat." "You're quite right not to say anything against her," said Archie approvingly. "It begins to look," he went on, "as if the good old pater was about due for another shock. He has a hard life." "If Bill dares to introduce that girl to Father, he's taking his life in his hands." "But surely that was the idea, the scheme, the wheeze, wasn't it? Or do you think there's any chance of his weakening?" "Weakening? You should have seen him looking at her. It was like a small boy flattening his nose against the window of a candy store." "Bit thick." Lucille kicked the leg of the table. "And to think," she said, "that when I was a little girl I used to look up to Bill as a monument of wisdom. I used to hug his knees and gaze into his face and wonder how anyone could be so magnificent." She gave the offending table another kick. "If I could have looked into the future," she said, with feeling, "I'd have bitten him in the ankle." In the days which followed, Archie found himself a little out of touch with Bill and his romance. Lucille referred to the matter only when he brought the subject up, and made it plain that the topic of her future sister-in-law was not one which she enjoyed discussing. Mr. Brewster Sr., when Archie, by way of delicately preparing his mind for what was about to befall, asked him if he liked red hair, called him a fool, and told him to go away and bother someone else when they were busy. The only person who could have kept him thoroughly abreast of the trend of affairs was Bill himself, and experience had made Archie wary in the matter of meeting Bill. The position of confidant to a young man in the early stages of love is no sinecure, and it made Archie sleepy even to think of having to talk to his brother-in-law. He sedulously avoided his love-lorn relative, and it was with a sinking feeling one day that, looking over his shoulder as he sat in the Cosmopolis grill-room preparatory to ordering lunch, he perceived Bill bearing down upon him, obviously resolved upon joining his meal. To his surprise, however, Bill did not instantly embark upon his usual monologue. Indeed, he hardly spoke at all. He champed a chop, and seemed to Archie to avoid his eye. It was not till lunch was over and they were smoking that he unburdened himself. "Archie," he said. "Hello, old thing," said Archie. "Still there? I thought you died or something. Talk about our old pals, Tongue-Tied Thomas and Silent Sammy. You could have beat them both on the same evening." "It's enough to make me silent." "What is?" Bill had relapsed into a sort of waking dream. He sat frowning somberly, lost to the world. Archie, having waited what seemed to him a sufficient length of time for an answer to his question, bent forward and touched his brother-in-law's hand gently with the lighted end of his cigar. Bill came to himself with a howl. "What is?" said Archie. "What is what?" said Bill. "Now listen, old thing," protested Archie. "Life is short and time is flying. Suppose we cut out the cross-talk. You hinted there was something on your mind, something worrying the old bean, and I'm waiting to hear what it is." Bill fiddled a moment with his coffee-spoon. "I'm in an awful hole," he said at last. "What's the trouble?" "It's about that darned girl." Archie blinked. "What?" "That darned girl." Archie could scarcely credit his senses. He had been prepared, indeed he had steeled himself, to hear Bill allude to his affinity in a number of ways. But that darned girl was not one of them. "Companion of my riper years," he said, "let's get this thing straight. When you say 'that darned girl,' do you by any possibility allude to—" "Of course I do." "But, William, old bird—" "Oh, I know, said Bill irritably. "You're surprised to hear me talk like that about her." "A trifle, yes. Possibly a trifle. When last heard from, laddie, you must recollect you were speaking of the lady as your soul-mate, and at least once, if I remember rightly, you alluded to her as your dusky-haired lamb." A sharp howl escaped Bill. "Don't!" A strong shudder convulsed his frame. "Don't remind me of it." "There's been a species of slump, then, in the dusky-haired lambs?" "How," demanded Bill savagely, "can a girl be a dusky-haired lamb when her hair's bright scarlet?" "Dashed difficult," admitted Archie. "I suppose Lucille told you about that." "She did touch on it. Lightly, as it were. With a sort of gossamer touch, so to speak." Bill threw off the last fragments of reserve. "Archie, I'm in a devil of a fix. I don't know why it was, but directly I saw her, things seemed so different over in England, I mean." He swallowed ice water in gulps. "I suppose it was seeing her with Lucille. Old Lou is such a thoroughbred. Seemed to kind of show her up, like seeing imitation pearls by the side of real pearls. And that crimson hair, it sort of put the lid on it." Bill brooded morosely. "It ought to be a criminal offense for women to dye their hair, especially red. What the devil do women do that sort of thing for?" "Don't blame me, old thing. It's not my fault." Bill looked furtive and harassed. "It makes me feel such a cad. Here am I, feeling that I would give all I've got in the world to get out of the darned thing, and all the time the poor girl seems to be getting fonder of me than ever." "How do you know?" Archie surveyed his brother-in-law critically. "Perhaps her feelings have changed too. Very possibly she may not like the color of your hair. I don't myself. Now if you were to dye yourself crimson—" "Oh, shut up! Of course a man knows when a girl's fond of him." "By no means, laddie. When you're my age—" "I am your age!" "So you are. I forgot that. Well, now, approaching the matter from another angle, let us suppose, old son, that Miss What's-her-name, the party of the second part—" "Stop it!" said Bill suddenly. "Here comes Reggie." "Eh?" "Here comes Reggie Van Teel. I don't want him to hear us talking about the darn thing." Archie looked over his shoulder and perceived that it was indeed so. Reggie was threading his way among the tables. "Well, he looks pleased with things anyway," said Bill enviously. "Glad somebody's happy." He was right. Reggie Van Teel's usual mode of progress through a restaurant was a somnolent slouch. Now he was positively bounding along. Furthermore, the usual expression on Reggie's face was a sleepy sadness. Now he smiled brightly and with animation. He curveted towards their table, beaming and erect, his head up, his gaze level, and his chest expanded, for all the world as if he had been reading the hints in The Personality That Wins. Archie was puzzled. Something had plainly happened to Reggie. But what? It was idle to suppose that somebody had left him money, for he had been left practically all the money there was a matter of 10 years before. "Hello, old bean," he said, as the newcomer, radiating goodwill and bonhomie, arrived at the table and hung over it like a noonday sun. "We've finished, but rally round and we'll watch you eat. Dash it interesting, watching old Reggie eat. Why go to the zoo?" Reggie shook his head. "Sorry, old man, can't. Just on my way to the Ritz. Stepped in because I thought you might be here. I wanted you to be the first to hear the news." "News?" "I'm the happiest man alive." "You look it, darn you," growled Bill, on whose mood of grey gloom this human sunbeam was jarring heavily. "I'm engaged to be married." "Congratulations, old egg." Archie shook his hand cordially. "Dash it, don't you know, as an old married man, I'd like to see you young fellows settling down." "I don't know how to thank you enough, Archie, old man," said Reggie fervently. "Thank me? It was through you that I met her. Don't you remember the girl you sent to me? You wanted me to get her a small part." He stopped, puzzled. Archie had uttered a sound that was half gasp and half gurgle, and it was swallowed up in the extraordinary noise from the other side of the table. Bill Brewster was leaning forward with bulging eyes and soaring eyebrows. "Are you engaged to Mabel Winchester?" "Why, by George!" said Reggie. "Do you know her?" Archie recovered himself. "Slightly," he said, "slightly. Old Bill knows her slightly, as it were. Not very well, don't you know, but how shall I put it?" "Slightly," suggested Bill. "Just the word. Slightly." "Splendid," said Reggie Van Teel. "Why don't you come along to the Ritz and meet her now?" Bill stammered. Archie came to the rescue again. "Bill can't come now. He's got a date." "A date?" said Bill. "A date," said Archie. "An appointment, don't you know. In fact, a date." "But, wish her happiness from me," said Bill cordially. "Thanks very much, old man," said Reggie. "And say I'm delighted, will you?" "Certainly." "You won't forget the word, will you? Delighted." "Delighted." "That's right, delighted." Reggie looked at his watch. "Hello, I must rush." Bill and Archie watched him as he bounded out of the restaurant. "Poor old Reggie," said Bill with a fleeting compunction. "Not necessarily," said Archie. "What I mean to say is, tastes differ, don't you know? One man's peach is another man's poison, and vice versa." "There's something in that." "Absolutely. Well," said Archie judicially, This would appear to be, as it were, the maddest, merriest day in all the glad New Year. Yes? No?" Bill drew a deep breath. "You bet your sorrowful existence it is," he said. "I'd like to do something to celebrate it." "The right spirit," said Archie. "Absolutely the right spirit. Begin by paying for my lunch." Chapter 20. The Sausage Chappie Clicks. Rendered restless by relief, Bill Brewster did not linger long at the luncheon table. Shortly after Reggie Van Teel had retired, he got up and announced his intention of going for a bit of a walk, to calm his excited mind. Archie dismissed him with a courteous wave of the hand, and, beckoning to the Sausage Chappie, who in his role of waiter was hovering near, requested him to bring the best cigar the hotel could supply. The padded seat in which he sat was comfortable. He had no engagements, and it seemed to him that a pleasant half-hour could be passed in smoking dreamily and watching his fellow men eat. The grill-room had filled up. The Sausage Chappie, having brought Archie his cigar, was attending to a table close by, at which a woman with a small boy in a sailor suit had seated themselves. The woman was engrossed with the bill of fare, but the child's attention seemed riveted upon the Sausage Chappie. He was drinking him in with wide eyes. He seemed to be brooding on him. Archie, too, was brooding on the Sausage Chappie. The latter made an excellent waiter. He was brisk and attentive, and did the work as if he liked it. But Archie was not satisfied. Something seemed to tell him that the man was fitted for higher things. Archie was a grateful soul. That sausage, coming at the end of a 5-hour hike, had made a deep impression on his plastic nature. Reason told him that only an exceptional man could have parted with half a sausage at such a moment, and he could not feel that a job as a waiter at a New York hotel was an adequate job for an exceptional man. Of course, the root of the trouble lay in the fact that the fellow could not remember what his real-life work had been before the war. It was exasperating to reflect, as the other moved away to take his order to the kitchen, that there, for all one knew, went the dickens of a lawyer, or doctor, or architect, or what not. His meditations were broken by the voice of the child. "Mummy," asked the child interestedly, following the Sausage Chappie with his eyes as the latter disappeared towards the kitchen, "why has that man got such a funny face?" "Hush, darling." "Yes, but why has he?" "I don't know, darling." The child's faith in the maternal omniscience seemed to have received a shock. He had the air of a seeker after truth who has been baffled. His eyes roamed the room discontentedly. "He's got a funnier face than that man there," he said, pointing to Archie. "Hush, darling." "But he has. Much funnier." In a way, it was a sort of compliment, but Archie felt embarrassed. He withdrew coyly into the cushioned recess. Presently the Sausage Chappie returned, attended to the needs of the woman and the child, and came over to Archie. His homely face was beaming. "Say, I had a big night last night," he said, leaning on the table. "Yes," said Archie. "Party or something?" "No, I mean I suddenly began to remember things. Something seems to have happened to the works." Archie sat up excitedly. This was great news. "No, really! My dear old lad, this is absolutely topping. This is priceless." "Yes, sir. First thing I remembered was that I was born at Springfield, Ohio. It was like a mist starting to life. Springfield, Ohio. That was it. It suddenly came back to me." "Splendid. Anything else?" "Yes, sir. Just before I went to sleep, I remembered my name as well. Archie was stirred to his depths. "Why, the thing's a walkover!" he exclaimed. "Now you've once got started, nothing can stop you. What is your name?" "Why, that's funny. It's gone again. I have an idea it began with an S. What was it? Skeffington? Skillington? Sanderson? No, I'll get it in a moment. Cunningham? Carrington? Wilberforce? Debenham? Dennison?" suggested Archie, helpfully. No, it's on the tip of my tongue. Barrington? Montgomery? Hepplewayth? I've got it! Smith! By Jove, really? Certain of it. What's the first name? An anxious expression came into the man's eyes. He hesitated. He lowered his voice. "I have a horrible feeling that it's Lancelot." "Good God!" said Archie. "It couldn't really be that, could it?" Archie looked grave. He hated to give pain, but he felt he must be honest. "It might," he said. "People give their children all sorts of rummy names. My second name's Tracy, and I've a pal in England who was christened Cuthbert de la Haye Horace. Fortunately, everyone calls him Stinker." The head waiter began to drift up like a bank of fog, and the sausage chappie returned to his professional duties. When he came back, he was beaming again. "Something else I remembered," he said, removing the cover. "I'm married." "Good Lord!" "At least, I was before the war. She had blue eyes and brown hair and a Pekingese dog." "What was her name?" "I don't know." "Well, you're coming on," said Archie. "I'd admit that. You've still got a bit of a way to go before you become like one of those blighters who take the memory training courses in the magazine advertisements. I mean to say, you know, the lads who meet a fellow once for 5 minutes, and then come across him again 10 years later, and grasp him by the hand and say, 'Surely this is Mr. Watkins of Seattle.' Still, you're doing fine. You only need patience. Everything comes to him who waits." Archie sat up, electrified. "I say, by Jove, that's rather good, what? Everything comes to him who waits. And you're a waiter, what? I mean to say, what?" "Mummy," said the child at the other table, still speculative, "do you think something trod on his face?" "Hush, darling. Perhaps it was bitten by something." "Eat your nice fish, darling," said the mother, who seemed to be one of those dull-witted persons whom it is impossible to interest in a discussion on first causes. Archie felt stimulated. Not even the advent of his father-in-law, who came in a few moments later and sat down at the other end of the room, could depress his spirits. The sausage chappie came to his table again. "It's a funny thing," he said, "like waking up after you've been asleep. Everything seems to be getting clearer. The dog's name was Marie, my wife's dog, you know, and she had a mole on her chin." "The dog?" "No, my wife. Little beast, she bit me in the leg once." "Your wife?" "No, the dog. Good Lord," said the sausage chappie. Archie looked up and followed his gaze. A couple of tables away, next to a sideboard on which the management exposed for view the cold meats and puddings and pies mentioned in Volume 2 of the bill of fare, buffet foie, a man and a girl had just seated themselves. The man was stout and middle-aged. He bulged in practically every place in which a man can bulge, and his head was almost entirely free from hair. The girl was young and pretty. Her eyes were blue. Her hair was brown. She had a rather attractive little mole on the left side of her chin. "Good Lord!" said the sausage chappie. "Now what?" said Archie. "Who's that, over at that table there?" Archie, through long attendance at the Cosmopolis Grill, knew most of the habitués by sight. "That's a man named Gossett. James J. Gossett. He's a motion picture man. You must have seen his name around." "I don't mean him. Who's the girl?" "I've never seen her before." "It's my wife," said Sausage Chappie. "Your wife?" "Yes. Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure." "Well, well, well," said Archie. "Many happy returns of the day." At the other table, the girl, unconscious of the drama which was about to enter her life, was engrossed in conversation with the stout man. And at this moment the stout man leaned forward and patted her on the cheek. It was a paternal pat, the pat which a genial uncle might bestow on a favourite niece, but it did not strike the Sausage Chappie in that light. He had been advancing on the table at a fairly rapid pace, and now, stirred to his depths, he bounded forward with a hoarse cry. Archie was at some pains to explain to his father-in-law later that if the management left cold pies and things about all over the place, this sort of thing was bound to happen sooner or later. He urged that it was putting temptation in people's way, and that Mr. Brewster had only himself to blame. Whatever the rights of the case, the buffet foie undoubtedly came in remarkably handy at this crisis in the Sausage Chappie's life. He had almost reached the sideboard when the stout man patted the girl's cheek, and to seize a huckleberry pie was with him the work of a moment. The next instant the pie had whizzed past the other's head and burst like a shell against the wall. There are, no doubt, restaurants where this sort of thing would have excited little comment, but the Cosmopolis was not one of them. Everybody had something to say, but the only one among those present who had anything sensible to say was the child in the sailor suit. "Do it again," said the child cordially. The Sausage Chappie did it again. He took up a fruit salad, poised it for a moment, then decanted it over Mr. Gossett's bald head. The child's happy laughter rang over the restaurant. Whatever anybody else might think of the affair, this child liked it, and was prepared to go on record to that effect. Epic events have a stunning quality. They paralyze the faculties. For a moment there was a pause. The world stood still. Mr. Brewster bubbled inarticulately. Mr. Gossett dried himself sketchily with a napkin. The Sausage Chappie snorted. The girl had risen to her feet and was staring wildly. "John!" she cried. Even at this moment of crisis the Sausage Chappie was able to look relieved. "So it is," he said, "and I thought it was Lancelot." "I thought you were dead." "I'm not," said the Sausage Chappie. Mr. Gossett, speaking thickly through the fruit salad, was understood to say that he regretted this. And then confusion broke loose again. Everybody began to talk at once. "I say," said Archie, "I say, one moment." Of the first stages of this interesting episode, Archie had been a paralyzed spectator. The thing had numbed him. And then, sudden a thought came, like a full-blown rose, flushing his brow. When he reached the gesticulating group he was calm and businesslike. He had a constructive policy to suggest. "I say," he said, "I've got an idea." "Go away," said Mr. Brewster. "This is bad enough without you butting in." Archie quelled him with a gesture. "Leave us," he said. "We would be alone. I want to have a little business talk with Mr. Gossett." He turned to the movie magnate, who was gradually emerging from the fruit salad rather after the manner of a stout Venus rising from the sea. "Can you spare me a moment of your valuable time?" "I'll have him arrested." "Don't you do it, laddie. Listen. The man's mad. Throwing pies." Archie attached himself to his coat-button. "Be calm, laddie, calm and reasonable." For the first time Mr. Gossett seemed to become aware that what he had been looking on as a vague annoyance was really an individual. "Who the devil are you?" Archie drew himself up with dignity. "I am this gentleman's representative," he replied, indicating the sausage chappie with a motion of the hand. "His jolly old personal representative. I act for him, and on his behalf I have a pretty ripe proposition to lay before you. Reflect, dear old bean," he proceeded earnestly. "Are you going to let this chance slip? The opportunity of a lifetime which will not occur again. By Jove, you ought to rise up and embrace this bird. You ought to clasp the chappie to your bosom. He has thrown pies at you, hasn't he? Very well. You are a movie magnate. Your whole fortune is founded on chappies who throw pies. You probably scour the world for chappies who throw pies. Yet when one comes right to you without any fuss or trouble and demonstrates before your very eyes the fact that he is without peer as a pie propeller, you get the wind up and talk about having him arrested. Consider. There's a bit of cherry just behind your left ear. Be sensible. Why let your personal feelings stand in the way of doing yourself a bit of good? Give this chappie a job, and give it him quick, or we go elsewhere. Did you ever see Fatty Arbuckle handle pastry with a sure touch? Has Charlie Chaplin got this fellow's speed and control? Absolutely not. I tell you, old friend, you're in danger of throwing away a good thing." He paused. The sausage chappie beamed. "I've always wanted to go into the movies," he said. "I was an actor before the war. Just remembered." Mr. Brewster attempted to speak. Archie waved him down. "How many times have I got to tell you not to butt in?" he said severely. Mr. Gossett's militant demeanour had become a trifle modified during Archie's harangue. First and foremost a man of business, Mr. Gossett was not insensible to the arguments which had been put forward. He brushed a slice of orange from the back of his neck and mused awhile. "How do I know this fellow would screen well?" he said at length. "Screen well?" cried Archie. "Of course he'll screen well. Look at his face. I ask you. The map. I call your attention to it." He turned apologetically to the sausage chappie. "Awfully sorry, old lad, for dwelling on this, but it's business, you know." He turned to Mr. Gossett. "Did you ever see a face like that? Of course not. Why should I, as this gentleman's personal representative, let a face like that go to waste? There's a fortune in it. By Jove, I'll give you 2 minutes to think the thing over, and if you don't talk business then, I'll jolly well take my man straight round to Mac Sennett or someone. We don't have to ask for jobs. We consider offers." There was a silence, and then the clear voice of the child in the sailor suit made itself heard again. "Mummy." "Yes, darling." "Is the man with the funny face going to throw any more pies?" "No, darling." The child uttered a scream of disappointed fury. "I want the funny man to throw some more pies! I want the funny man to throw some more pies!" A look of almost awe came into Mr. Gossett's face. He had heard the voice of the public. He had felt the beating of the public's pulse. "Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings," he said, picking a piece of banana off his right eyebrow. "Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings. Come round to my office." Chapter 21. The Growing Boy. The lobby of the Cosmopolis Hotel was a favourite stamping ground of Mr. Daniel Brewster, its proprietor. He liked to wander about there, keeping a paternal eye on things, rather in the manner of the jolly innkeeper, hereinafter to be referred to as mine host, of the old-fashioned novel. Customers who, hurrying in to dinner, tripped over Mr. Brewster were apt to mistake him for the hotel detective, for his eye was keen and his aspect a trifle austere. But nevertheless he was being as jolly an innkeeper as he knew how. His presence in the lobby supplied a personal touch to the cosmopolis which other New York hotels lacked, and it undeniably made the girl at the bookstall extraordinarily civil to her clients, which was all to the good. Most of the time Mr. Brewster stood in one spot, and just looked thoughtful. But now and again he would wander to the marble slab behind which he kept the desk clerk, and run his eye over the register, to see who had booked rooms, like a child examining the stocking on Christmas morning to ascertain what Santa Claus had brought him. As a rule, Mr. Brewster concluded this performance by shoving the book back across the marble slab and resuming his meditations. But one night, a week or two after the sausage chappie's sudden restoration to the normal, he varied this procedure by starting rather violently, turning purple, and uttering an exclamation which was manifestly an exclamation of chagrin. He turned abruptly and cannoned into Archie, who, in company with Lucille, happened to be crossing the lobby at the moment on his way to dine in their suite. Mr. Brewster apologized gruffly, then, recognizing his victim, seemed to regret having done so. "Oh, it's you! Why can't you look where you're going?" he demanded. He had suffered much from his son-in-law. "Frightfully sorry," said Archie amiably. "Never thought you were going to fox-trot backwards all over the fairway." "You mustn't bully Archie," said Lucille severely, attaching herself to her father's back hair and giving it a punitive tug, "because he's an angel, and I love him, and you must learn to love him too." "Give your lessons at a reasonable rate," murmured Archie. Mr. Brewster regarded his young relative with a lowering eye. "What's the matter, father darling?" asked Lucille. "You seem upset." "I am upset," Mr. Brewster snorted. "Some people have got a nerve." He glowered forbiddingly at an inoffensive young man in a light overcoat who had just entered, and the young man, though his conscience was quite clear, and Mr. Brewster an entire stranger to him, stopped dead, blushed, and went out again, to dine elsewhere. "Some people have got the nerve of an army mule." "Why, what's happened?" "Those darned McCalls have registered here." "No." "Bit beyond me, this," said Archie, insinuating himself into the conversation. "Deep waters and what not. Who are the McCalls?" "Some people father dislikes," said Lucille, "and they've chosen his hotel to stop at. But, father dear, you mustn't mind. It's really a compliment. They've come because they know it's the best hotel in New York." "Absolutely," said Archie. "Good accommodation for man and beast. All the comforts of home. Look on the bright side, old bean. No good getting the wind up. Cheerio, old companion." "Don't call me old companion." "Eh, what? Oh, righto." Lucille steered her husband out of the danger zone, and they entered the lift. "Poor father," she said as they went to their suite. "It's a shame. They must have done it to annoy him. This man McCall has a place next to some property father bought in Westchester, and he's bringing a lawsuit against father about a bit of land which he claims belongs to him. He might have had the tact to go to another hotel. But after all, I don't suppose it was the poor little fellow's fault. He does whatever his wife tells him to." "We all do that," said Archie the married man. Lucille eyed him fondly. "Isn't it a shame, precious, that all husbands haven't nice wives like me?" "When I think of you, by Jove," said Archie fervently, "I want to babble. Absolutely babble." "Oh, I was telling you about the McCalls. Mr. McCall is one of those little meek men, and his wife's one of those big bullying women." It was she who started all the trouble with Father. Father and Mr. McCall were very fond of each other till she made him begin the suit. I feel sure she made him come to this hotel just to annoy Father. Still, they've probably taken the most expensive suite in the place, which is something." Archie was at the telephone. His mood was now one of quiet peace. Of all the happenings which went to make up existence in New York, he liked best the cosy tete-a-tete dinners with Lucille in their suite, which, owing to their engagements, for Lucille was a popular girl with many friends, occurred all too seldom. "Touching now the question of browsing and sluicing," he said, "I'll be getting them to send along a waiter." "Oh, good gracious!" "What's the matter?" "I've just remembered. I promised faithfully I would go and see Jane Murchison today, and I clean forgot. I must rush." "But, light of my soul, we are about to eat. Pop around and see her after dinner." "I can't. She's going to a theatre tonight." "Give her the jolly old missing baulk then, for the nonce, and spring round tomorrow." "She's sailing for England tomorrow morning, early. No, I must go and see her now." "What a shame! She's sure to make me stop to dinner, I tell you what. Order something for me, and if I'm not back in half an hour, start." "Jane Murchison," said Archie, "is a bally nuisance." "Yes, but I've known her since she was 8. "If her parents had had any proper feeling," said Archie, "they would have drowned her long before that." He unhooked the receiver and asked despondently to be connected with room service. He thought bitterly of the exigent Jane, whom he recollected dimly as a tall female with teeth. He half thought of going down to the grill-room on the chance of finding a friend there, but the waiter was on his way to the room. He decided that he might as well stay where he was. The waiter arrived, booked the order, and departed. Archie had just completed his toilet after a shower bath when a musical clinking without announced the advent of the meal. He opened the door. The waiter was there, with a table congested with things under covers, from which escaped a savory and appetizing odor. In spite of his depression, Archie's soul perked up a trifle. Suddenly he became aware that he was not the only person present who was deriving enjoyment from the scent of the meal. Standing beside the waiter, and gazing wistfully at the foodstuffs, was a long, thin boy of about 16. He was one of those boys who seem all legs and knuckles. He had pale red hair, sandy eyelashes, and a long neck, and his eyes, as he removed them from the table and raised them to Archie's, had a hungry look. He reminded Archie of a half-grown, half-starved hound. "That smells good," said the long boy. He inhaled deeply. "Yes, sir," he continued, as one whose mind is definitely made up, "that smells good." Before Archie could reply, the telephone bell rang. It was Lucille, confirming her prophecy that the pest Jane would insist on her staying to dine. "Jane," said Archie into the telephone, "is a pot of poison. The waiter is here now, setting out a rich banquet, and I shall have to eat 2 of everything by myself." He hung up the receiver, and, turning, met the pale eye of the long boy, who had propped himself up in the doorway. "Were you expecting somebody to dinner?" asked the boy. "Why, yes, old friend, I was." "I wish—" "Yes?" "Oh, nothing." The waiter left. The long boy hitched his back more firmly against the doorpost, and returned to his original theme. "That surely does smell good." He basked a moment in the aroma. "Yes, sir, I'll tell the world it does." Archie was not an abnormally rapid thinker, but he began at this point to get a clearly defined impression that this lad, if invited, would waive the formalities and consent to join his meal. Indeed, the idea Archie got was that, if he were not invited pretty soon, he would invite himself. "Yes," he agreed. "It doesn't smell bad, what?" "It smells good," said the boy. "Oh, doesn't it? Wake me up in the night and ask me if it doesn't." "Poulet en casserole," said Archie. "Golly!" said the boy reverently. There was a pause. The situation began to seem to Archie a trifle difficult. He wanted to start his meal, but it began to appear that he must either do so under the penetrating gaze of his new friend, or else eject the latter forcibly. The boy showed no signs of ever wanting to leave the doorway. "You've dined, I suppose, what?" said Archie. "I never dine." "What?" "Not really dine, I mean. I only get vegetables and nuts and things." "Dieting?" "Mother is." "I don't absolutely catch the drift, old bean," said Archie. The boy sniffed with half-closed eyes as a wave of the perfume from the poulet en casserole floated past him. He seemed to be anxious to intercept as much of it as possible before it got through the door. "Mother's a food reformer," he vouchsafed. "She lectures on it. She makes Pop and me live on vegetables and nuts and things." Archie was shocked. It was like listening to a tale from the abyss. "My dear old chap, you must suffer agonies, absolute shooting pains." He had no hesitation now. Common humanity pointed out his course. "Would you care to join me in a bite now?" "Would I?" The boy smiled a wan smile. "Would I? Just stop me on the street and ask me." "Come on in, then," said Archie, rightly taking his peculiar phrase for a formal acceptance, "and close the door. The fatted calf is getting cold." Archie was not a man with a wide visiting list among people with families, and it was so long since he had seen a growing boy in action at the table that he had forgotten what 16 is capable of doing with a knife and fork, when it really squares its elbows, takes a deep breath, and gets going. The spectacle which he witnessed was consequently at first a little unnerving. The long boy's idea of trifling with a meal appeared to be to swallow it whole and reach out for more. He ate like a starving Eskimo. Archie, in the time he had spent in the trenches making the world safe for the working man to strike in, had occasionally been quite peckish, but he sat dazed before this majestic hunger. This was real eating. There was little conversation. The growing boy evidently did not believe in table talk when he could use his mouth for more practical purposes. It was not until the final roll had been devoured to its last crumb that the guest found leisure to address his host. Then he leaned back with a contented sigh. "Mother," said the human python, "says you ought to chew every mouthful 33 times. "Yes, sir, 33 times." He sighed again. "I haven't ever had a meal like that." "All right, was it, what?" "Was it? Was it? Call me up on the phone and ask me? Yes, sir. Mother's tipped off these darned waiters not to serve me anything but vegetables and nuts and things, darn it." The mater seems to have drastic ideas about the good old feed-bag, what? "I'll say she has. Pop hates it as much as me, but he's scared to kick. Mother says vegetables contain all the proteins you want. Mother says if you eat meat, your blood pressure goes all bluey. Do you think it does?" "Mine seems pretty well in the pink." "She's great on talking," conceded the boy. "She's out tonight somewhere, giving a lecture on rational eating to some ginks. I'll have to be slipping up to our suite before she gets back." He rose sluggishly. "That isn't a bit of roll under the napkin, is it?" he asked anxiously. Archie raised the napkin. "No, nothing of that species." "Oh, well," said the boy resignedly. "Then I believe I'll be going. "Thanks very much for the dinner." "Not a bit, old top. Come again if you're ever trickling round in this direction." The long boy removed himself slowly, loath to leave. At the door he cast an affectionate glance back at the table. "Some meal," he said devoutly. "Considerable meal." Archie lit a cigarette. He felt like a Boy Scout who has done his day's act of kindness. On the following morning it chanced that Archie needed a fresh supply of tobacco. It was his custom, when this happened, to repair to a small shop on Sixth Avenue, which he had discovered accidentally in the course of his rambles about the great city. His relations with John Blake, the proprietor, were friendly and intimate. The discovery that Mr. Blake was English, and had, indeed, until a few years back, maintained an establishment only a dozen doors or so from Archie's London club, had served as a bond. To-day he found Mr. Blake in a depressed mood. The tobacconist was a hearty, red-faced man, who looked like an English sporting publican, the kind of man who wears a fawn-coloured top-coat and drives to the Derby in a dog-cart. And usually there seemed to be nothing on his mind except the vagaries of the weather, concerning which he was a great conversationalist. But now moodiness had claimed him for its own. After a short and melancholy "good morning," he turned to the task of measuring out the tobacco in silence. Archie's sympathetic nature was perturbed. "What's the matter, laddie?" he inquired. "You would seem to be feeling a bit of an onion this bright morning, what, yes, no? I can see it with the naked eye." Mr. Blake grunted sorrowfully. "I've had a knock, Mr. Moom." "Tell me all, friend of my youth." Mr. Blake, with a jerk of his thumb, indicated a poster which hung on the wall behind the counter. Archie had noticed it as he came in, for it was designed to attract the eye. It was printed in black letters on a yellow ground, and ran as follows: "Cloverleaf Social and Outing Club. Grand Contest. Pie-Eating Championship of the West Side. Spike O'Dowd, champion, versus Blake's Unknown, for a purse of $50 and side bet." Archie examined this document gravely. It conveyed nothing to him, except, what he had long suspected, that his sporting-looking friend had sporting blood as well as that kind of exterior. He expressed a kindly hope that the other's unknown would bring home the bacon. Mr. Blake laughed one of those hollow, mirthless laughs. "There ain't no bloomin' unknown," he said bitterly. This man had plainly suffered. "Yesterday, yes, but not now." Archie sighed. "In the midst of life, dead?" he inquired delicately. "As good as," replied the stricken tobacconist. He cast aside his artificial restraint and became voluble. Archie was one of those sympathetic souls in whom even strangers readily confided their most intimate troubles. He was to those in travail of spirit very much what catnip is to a cat. "It's hard, sir, it's bloomin' hard. I'd got the event all sewed up in a parcel, and now this young feller, me lad as to give me the knock. This lad o' mine, sort of cousin he is, comes from London, like you and me, has always had, ever since he landed in this country, a most amazing knack of stowing away grub. He'd been a bit underfed these last 2 or 3 years over in the old country, what with food restrictions and all, and he took to the food over here amazing. I'd have backed him against a ruddy ostrich. Ostrich! I'd have backed him against half-a-dozen ostriches. Take 'em on one after the other, in the same ring on the same evening, and given 'em a handicap too. He was a jewel, that boy. I've seen him polish off 4 pounds of steak and mealy potatoes, and then look round kind of wolfish, as much as to ask when dinner was going to begin. That's the kind of lad he was, till this very morning. He would have out-swallowed this here O'Dowd without turning a hair,
as a relish before his tea. I got a couple of $100 on him, and I thought myself lucky to get the odds. And now—" Mr. Blake relapsed into a tortured silence. "But what's the matter with the blighter? Why can't he go over the top? Has he got indigestion?" "Indigestion?"
Mr. Blake laughed another of his hollow laughs.
"You couldn't give that boy indigestion if you fed him on safety razor blades. Religion's more like what he's got."
"Religion?"
"Well, you can call it that. Seems last night, instead of going and resting his mind at a picture palace like I told him to, he sneaked off to some sort of a lecture down on 8th Avenue. He said he'd seen a piece about it in the papers, and it was about rational eating, and that kind of attracted him. He sort of thought he might pick up a few hints like. He didn't know what rational eating was, but it sounded to him as if it must be something to do with food, and he didn't want to miss it. He came in here just now," said Mr. Blake, dully, "and he was a changed lad. Scared to death he was. Said the way he'd been going on in the past, it was a wonder he'd got any stomach left. It was a lady that gave the lecture, and this boy said it was amazing that she told him about blood pressure and things he didn't even know he had. She showed him pictures, coloured pictures, of what happens inside the injudicious eater's stomach who doesn't chew his food, and it was like a battlefield. He said he would no more think of eating a lot of pie than he would of shooting himself, and anyhow eating pie would be a quicker death. I reasoned with him, Mr. Moon, with tears in my eyes. I asked him was he going to chuck away fame and wealth just because a woman who didn't know what she was talking about had showed him a lot of faked pictures. But there wasn't any doing anything with him. He gave me the knock and upped it down the street to buy nuts."
Mr. Blake moaned.
$200 and more gone pop, not to talk of the $50 he would have won and me to get 25 of.
Archie took his tobacco and walked pensively back to the hotel. He was fond of John Blake, and grieved for the trouble that had come upon him. It was odd, he felt, how things seemed to link themselves up together. The woman who had delivered the fateful lecture to injudicious eaters could not be other than the mother of his young guest of last night. An uncomfortable woman, not content with starving her own family. Archie stopped in his tracks. A pedestrian, walking behind him, charged into his back, but Archie paid no attention. He had had one of those sudden, luminous ideas, which help a man who does not do much thinking as a rule to restore his average. He stood there for a moment, almost dizzy at the brilliance of his thoughts, then hurried on. Napoleon, he mused as he walked, must have felt rather like this after thinking up a hot one to spring on the enemy. As if destiny were suiting her plans to his, one of the first persons he saw as he entered the lobby of the Cosmopolis was the Long Boy. He was standing at the bookstall, reading as much of a morning paper as could be read free under the vigilant eyes of the presiding girl. Both he and she were observing the unwritten rules which govern these affairs, to wit, that you may read without interference as much as can be read without touching the paper. If you touch the paper, you lose, and you have to buy. "Well, well, well," said Archie. "Here we are again, what?" He prodded the boy amiably in the lower ribs. "You're just the chap I was looking for. Got anything on for the time being?" The boy said he had no engagements. "Then I want you to stagger round with me to a chappie I know on 6th Avenue. It's only a couple of blocks away. I think I can do you a bit of good. Put you onto something tolerably ripe, if you know what I mean. Trickle along, laddie. You don't need a hat." They found Mr. Blake brooding over his troubles in an empty shop. "Cheer up, old thing," said Archie. "The relief expedition has arrived." He directed his companion's gaze to the poster. "Cast your eyes over that. How does that strike you?" The Long Boy scanned the poster. A gleam appeared in his rather dull eye. "Well?"
Some people have all the luck," said the long boy, feelingly. "Would you like to compete, what?" The boy smiled a sad smile. "Would I? Would I? Say—" "I know," interrupted Archie. "Wake you up in the night and ask you. I knew I could rely on you, old thing." He turned to Mr. Blake. "Here's the fellow you've been wanting to meet. The finest left and right-hand eater east of the Rockies. He'll fight the good fight for you." Mr. Blake's English training had not been wholly overcome by residence in New York. He still retained a nice eye for the distinctions of class. "But this young gentleman's a young gentleman," he urged, doubtfully, yet with hope shining in his eye. "He wouldn't do it." "Of course he would. Don't be ridic, old thing." "Wouldn't do what?" asked the boy. "Why save the old homestead by taking on the champion? Dashed sad case between ourselves. This poor egg's nominee has given him the raspberry at the 11th hour, and only you can save him. And you owe it to him to do something, you know, because it was your jolly old mater's lecture last night that made the nominee quit. You must charge in and take his place. Sort of poetic justice, don't you know, and what not." He turned to Mr. Blake. "When is the conflict supposed to start? 2:30? You haven't any important engagement for 2:30, have you?" "No. Mother's lunching at some ladies' club, giving a lecture afterwards. I can slip away." Archie patted his head. "Then leg it where glory waits you, old bean." The long boy was gazing earnestly at the poster. It seemed to fascinate him. "Pie," he said in a hushed voice. The word was like a battle-cry. Chapter 22. Washi Steps into the Hall of Fame. At about 9 o'clock the next morning, in a suite at the Hotel Cosmopolis, Mrs. Cora Bates McCall, the eminent lecturer on rational eating, was seated at breakfast with her family. Before her sat Mr. McCall, a little hunted-looking man, the natural peculiarities of whose face were accentuated by a pair of glasses of semicircular shape, like half-moons with the horns turned up. Behind these, Mr. McCall's eyes played a perpetual game of peek-a-boo, now peering over them, anon ducking down and hiding behind them. He was sipping a cup of anti-caffeine. On his right, toying listlessly with a plateful of cereal, sat his son, Washington. Mrs. McCall herself was eating a slice of health bread and nut butter, for she practiced as well as preached the doctrines which she had striven for so many years to inculcate in an unthinking populace. Her day always began with a light but nutritious breakfast, at which a peculiarly uninviting cereal, which looked and tasted like an old straw hat that had been run through a meat-chopper, competed for first place in the dislike of her husband and son with a more than usually offensive brand of imitation coffee. Mr. McCall was inclined to think that he loathed the imitation coffee rather more than the cereal, but Washington held strong views on the latter's superior ghastliness. Both Washington and his father, however, would have been fair-minded enough to admit that it was a close thing. Mrs. McCall regarded her offspring with grave approval. "I am glad to see, Lindsay," she said to her husband, whose eyes sprang dutifully over the glass fence as he heard his name, "that Washi has recovered his appetite. When he refused his dinner last night, I was afraid that he might be sickening for something, especially as he had quite a flushed look. You noticed his flushed look?" "He did look flushed." "Very flushed. And his breathing was almost stertorous. And when he said that he had no appetite, I am bound to say that I was anxious. But he is evidently perfectly well this morning. Do you feel perfectly well this morning, Washi?"
The heir of the McCalls looked up from his cereal. He was a long, thin boy of about 16, with pale red hair, sandy eyelashes, and a long neck. "Uh-huh," he said. Mrs. McCall nodded. "Surely you now will agree, Lindsay, that a careful and rational diet is what a boy needs. Rashie's constitution is superb. He has a remarkable stamina, and I attribute it entirely to my careful supervision of his food. I shudder when I think of the growing boys who are permitted by irresponsible people to devour meat, candy, pie—" She broke off. "What is the matter, Washie?" It seemed that the habit of shuddering at the thought of pie ran in the McCall family, for at the mention of the word a kind of internal shimmy had convulsed Washington's lean frame, and over his face there had come an expression that was almost one of pain. He had been reaching out his hand for a slice of health bread, but now he withdrew it rather hurriedly and sat back, breathing hard. "I'm all right," he said huskily. "Pie," proceeded Mrs. McCall, in her platform voice. She stopped again abruptly. "Whatever is the matter, Washington? You are making me feel nervous." "I'm all right." Mrs. McCall had lost the thread of her remarks. Moreover, having now finished her breakfast, she was inclined for a little light reading. One of the subjects allied to the matter of dietary, on which she felt deeply, was the question of reading at meals. She was of the opinion that the strain on the eye, coinciding with the strain on the digestion, could not fail to give the latter the short end of the contest. And it was a rule at her table that the morning paper should not even be glanced at till the conclusion of the meal. She said that it was upsetting to begin the day by reading the paper, and events were to prove that she was occasionally right. All through breakfast the New York Chronicle had been lying neatly folded beside her plate. She now opened it, and, with a remark about looking for the report of her yesterday's lecture at the Butterfly Club, directed her gaze at the front page, on which she hoped that an editor with the best interests of the public at heart had decided to place her. Mr. McCall jumped up and down behind his glasses, scrutinizing her face closely as she began to read. He always did this on these occasions, for none knew better than he that his comfort for the day depended largely on some unknown reporter whom he had never met. If this unseen individual had done his work properly, and as befitted the importance of his subject, Mrs. McCall's mood for the next 12 hours would be as uniformly sunny as it was possible for it to be. But sometimes the fellows scamped their job disgracefully, and once, on a day which lived in Mr. McCall's memory, they had failed to make a report at all. Today, he noted with relief, all seemed to be well. The report actually was on the front page, an honor rarely accorded to his wife's utterances. Moreover, judging from the time it took her to read the thing, she had evidently been reported at length. "Good, my dear," he ventured. "Satisfactory?" "Eh?" Mrs. McCall smiled meditatively. "Oh, yes, excellent. They have used my photograph, too. Not at all badly reproduced." "Splendid," said Mr. McCall. Mrs. McCall gave a sharp shriek, and the paper fluttered from her hand. "My dear," said Mr. McCall with concern. His wife had recovered the paper, and was reading with burning eyes. The bright wave of color had flowed over her masterful features. She was breathing as stertorously as ever her son Washington had done on the previous night. "Washington!" A basilisk glare shot across the table and turned the long boy to stone. All except his mouth which opened feebly.
"Washington, is this true?"
Washi closed his mouth, then let it slowly open again.
"My dear,"
Mr. McCall's voice was alarmed.
"what is it?"
His eyes had climbed up over his glasses and remained there.
"What is the matter? Is anything wrong?"
"Wrong? Read for yourself." Mr. McCall was completely mystified. He could not even formulate a guess at the cause of the trouble. That it appeared to concern his son, Washington, seemed to be the one solid fact at his disposal, and that only made the matter still more puzzling. Where, Mr. McCall asked himself, did Washington come in? He looked at the paper and received immediate enlightenment. Headlines met his eyes. "Good stuff in this, boy. About a ton of it. Son of Cora Bates McCall, famous food reform lecturer, wins pie-eating championship of West Side." There followed a lyrical outburst. So uplifted had the reporter evidently felt by the importance of his news that he had been unable to confine himself to prose. "My children, if you fail to shine or triumph in your special line, if, let us say, your hopes are bent on some day being president, and folks ignore your proper worth and say you've not a chance on earth, cheer up, for in these stirring days fame may be won in many ways. Consider when your spirits fall the case of Washington McCall. Yes, cast your eye on Washi, please. He looks just like a piece of cheese. He's not a brilliant sort of chap. He has a dull and vacant map. His eyes are blank, his face is red. His ears stick out beside his head. In fact, to end these compliments, he would be dear at 30 cents. Yet fame has welcomed to her hall this self-same Washington McCall. His mother, née Miss Cora Bates, is one who frequently orates upon the proper kind of food which every menu should include. With eloquence the world she weans from chops and steaks and pork and beans. Such horrid things she'd like to crush and make us live on milk and mush. But oh, the thing that makes her sigh is when she sees us eating pie. We heard her lecture last July upon the nation's menace, pie. Alas, the hit it made was small with Master Washington McCall. For yesterday we took a trip to see the great pie championship, where men with bulging cheeks and eyes consume vast quantities of pies. A fashionable West Side crowd beheld the champion, Spike O'Dowd, endeavor to defend his throne against an upstart, Blake's unknown. He wasn't an unknown at all. He was young Washington McCall. We freely own we'd give a leg if we could borrow, steal, or beg the skill old Homer used to show. He wrote the Iliad, you know. Old Homer swung a wicked pen, but we are ordinary men, and cannot even start to dream of doing justice to our theme. The subject of that great repast is too magnificent and vast. We can't describe, or even try, the way those rivals wolfed their pie. Enough to say that when for hours each had extended all his powers, toward the quiet even fall, O'Dowd succumbed to young McCall. The champion was a willing lad. He gave the public all he had. His was a genuine fighting soul. He'd lots of speed and much control. No yellow streak did he evince. He tackled apple pie and mince. This was the motto on his shield: O'Dowds may burst, they never yield. His eyes began to start and roll. He eased his belt another hole. Poor fellow, with a single glance, one saw that he had not a chance. A python would have had to crawl and own defeat from young McCall. At last, long last, the finish came, his features overcast with shame. O'Dowd, who'd faltered once or twice, declined to eat another slice. He tottered off, and kindly men rallied around with oxygen. But Washy, Corey Bates's son, seemed disappointed it was done. He somehow made those present feel he'd barely started on his meal. We asked him, "Aren't you feeling bad?" "Me," said the lion-hearted lad. "Lead me," he started for the street, "where I can get a bite to eat." Oh, what a lesson does it teach to all of us, that splendid speech! How better can the curtain fall on Master Washington McCall? Mr. McCall read this epic through, then he looked at his son. He first looked at him over his glasses, then through his glasses, then over his glasses again, then through his glasses once more. A curious expression was in his eyes. If such a thing had not been so impossible, one would have said that his gaze had in it something of respect, of admiration, even of reverence. "But how did they find out your name?" he asked at length. Mrs. McCall exclaimed impatiently, "Is that all you have to say?" "No, no, my dear, of course not, quite so. But the point struck me as curious." "Wretched boy!" cried Mrs. McCall. "Were you insane enough to reveal your name?" Washington wriggled uneasily. Unable to endure the piercing stare of his mother, he had withdrawn to the window, and was looking out with his back turned. But even there he could feel her eyes on the back of his neck. "I didn't think it'd matter," he mumbled. "A fellow with tortoiseshell-rimmed specs asked me, so I told him. How was I to know?" His stumbling defence was cut short by the opening of the door. "Hallo, hallo, hallo! What ho, what ho!" Archie was standing in the doorway, beaming ingratiatingly on the family. The apparition of an entire stranger served to divert the lightning of Mrs. McCall's gaze from the unfortunate Washy. Archie, catching it between the eyes, blinked and held on to the wall. He had begun to regret that he had yielded so weakly to Lucille's entreaty that he should look in on the McCalls and use the magnetism of his personality upon them in the hope of inducing them to settle the lawsuit. He wished, too, if the visit had to be paid, that he had postponed it till after lunch, for he was never at his strongest in the morning. But Lucille had urged him to go now and get it over, and here he was. "I think," said Mrs. McCall icily, "that you must have mistaken your room." Archie rallied his shaken forces. "Oh, no, rather not. Better introduce myself, what? My name's Moom, you know. I'm old Brewster's son-in-law, and all that sort of rot, if you know what I mean." He gulped and continued. "I've come about this jolly old lawsuit, don't you know." Mr. McCall seemed about to speak, but his wife anticipated him. "Mr. Brewster's attorneys are in communication with ours. We do not wish to discuss the matter." Archie took an uninvited seat, eyed the health bread on the breakfast table for a moment with frank curiosity, and resumed his discourse. "No, but I say, you know, I'll tell you what happened. I hate to totter in where I'm not wanted and all that, but my wife made such a point of it. Rightly or wrongly, she regards me as a bit of a hound in the diplomacy line, and she begged me to look you up and see whether we couldn't do something about settling the jolly old thing. I mean to say, you know, the old bird, old Brewster, you know, is considerably perturbed about the affair. Hates the thought of being in a position where he has either got to bite his old pal McCall in the neck or be bitten by him. And, well, and so forth, don't you know? How about it?" He broke off. "Great Scott! I say what?" So engrossed had he been in his appeal that he had not observed the presence of the pie-eating champion, between whom and himself a large potted plant intervened. But now Washington, hearing the familiar voice, had moved from the window and was confronting him with an accusing stare. "He made me do it," said Washi, with the stern joy a 16-year-old boy feels when he sees somebody onto whose shoulders he can shift trouble from his own. "That's the fellow who took me to the place." "What are you talking about, Washington?" "I'm telling you, he got me into the thing." "Do you mean this? Mrs. McCall shuddered. "Are you referring to this pie-eating contest?" "You bet I am." "Is this true?" Mrs. McCall glared stonily at Archie. "Was it you who lured my poor boy into that—" "Oh, absolutely. The fact is, don't you know, a dear old pal of mine who runs a tobacco shop on 6th Avenue was rather in the soup. He had backed a chappie against the champion, and the chappie was converted by one of your lectures and swore off pie at the 11th hour. Dashed hard luck on the poor chap, don't you know. And then I got the idea that our little friend here was the one to step in and save the situation. So I broached the matter to him. And I'll tell you one thing," said Archie handsomely. "I don't know what sort of a capacity the original chappie had, but I'll bet he wasn't in your son's class. Your son has to be seen to be believed. Absolutely. You ought to be proud of him." He turned in friendly fashion to Washi. "Rummy we should meet again like this. Never dreamed I should find you here. And, by Jove, it's absolutely marvellous how fit you look after yesterday. I had a sort of idea you would be groaning on a bed of sickness and all that." There was a strange gurgling sound in the background. It resembled something getting up steam. And this, curiously enough, is precisely what it was. The thing that was getting up steam was Mr. Lindsay McCall. The first effect of the Washi revelations on Mr. McCall had been merely to stun him. It was not until the arrival of Archie that he had had leisure to think. But since Archie's entrance he had been thinking rapidly and deeply. For many years Mr. McCall had been in a state of suppressed revolution. He had smouldered, but he had not dared to blaze. But this startling upheaval of his fellow sufferer, Washi, had acted upon him like a high explosive. There was a strange gleam in his eye, a gleam of determination. He was breathing hard. "Washi?" His voice had lost its deprecating mildness. It rang strong and clear. "Yes, Pop?" "How many pies did you eat yesterday?" Washi considered. "A good few." "How many? 20?" "More than that. I lost count. A good few." "And you feel as well as ever?" "I feel fine." Mr. McCall dropped his glasses. He glowered for a moment at the breakfast table. His eye took in the health bread, the imitation coffee pot, the cereal, the nut butter. Then, with a swift movement, he seized the cloth, jerked it forcibly, and brought the entire contents rattling and crashing to the floor. "Lindsay!" Mr. McCall met his wife's eye with quiet determination. It was plain that something had happened in the hinterland of Mr. McCall's soul. "Cora," he said resolutely, "I have come to a decision. I've been letting you run things your own way a little too long in this family. I'm going to assert myself. For one thing, I've had all I want of this food reform foolery. Look at Washi. Yesterday that boy seems to have consumed anything from a couple of hundredweight to a ton of pie, and he has thriven on it. Thriven.
I don't want to hurt your feelings, Cora, but Washington and I have drunk your last cup of anti-caffeine. If you care to go on with the stuff, that's your lookout. But Washi and I are through." He silenced his wife with a masterful gesture and turned to Archie. "And there's another thing. I never liked the idea of that lawsuit, but I let you talk me into it. Now I'm going to do things my way. Mr. Moon, I'm glad you looked in this morning. I'll do just what you want. Take me to Dan Brewster now, and let's call the thing off, and shake hands on it."
"Are you mad, Lindsay?"
It was Cora Bates McCall's last shot. Mr. McCall paid no attention to it. He was shaking hands with Archie.
"I consider you, Mr. Moon," he said, "the most sensible young man I have ever met."
Archie blushed modestly. "Awfully good of you, old bean," he said. "I wonder if you'd mind telling my jolly old father-in-law that. It'll be a bit of news for him." End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23, Mother's Knee. Archie Moom's connection with that devastatingly popular ballad, Mother's Knee, was one to which he always looked back later with a certain pride. Mother's Knee, it will be remembered, went through the world like a pestilence. Scots elders hummed it on their way to kirk. Cannibals crooned it to their offspring in the jungles of Borneo. It was a best-seller among the Bolshevists. In the United States alone, 3 million copies were disposed of. For a man who has not accomplished anything outstandingly great in his life, it is something to have been, in a sense, responsible for a song like that. And though there were moments when Archie experienced some of the emotions of a man who has punched a hole in the dam of one of the larger reservoirs, he never really regretted his share in the launching of the thing. It seems almost bizarre now to think that there was a time when even one person in the world had not heard Mother's Knee, but it came fresh to Archie one afternoon some weeks after the episode of Washi, in his suite at the Hotel Cosmopolis, where he was cementing with cigarettes and pleasant conversation his renewed friendship with Wilson Hymack, whom he had first met in the neighborhood of Armentières during the war. "What are you doing these days?" enquired Wilson Hymack. "Me?" said Archie. "Well, as a matter of fact, there is what you might call a sort of species of lull in my activities at the moment. But my jolly old father-in-law is bustling about, running up a new hotel a bit farther downtown, and the scheme is for me to be the manager when it's finished. From what I see in this place, it's a simple sort of job, and I fancy I shall be somewhat hot stuff. How are you feeling in the long hours?" "In my uncle's office, darn it." "Starting at the bottom and learning the business and all that. A noble pursuit, no doubt, but I'm bound to say it would give me the pip in no uncertain manner." "It gives me," said Wilson Hymack, "a pain in the thorax. I want to be a composer." "A composer, eh?" Archie felt that he should have guessed this. The chappie had a distinctly artistic look. He wore a bow tie and all that sort of thing. His trousers bagged at the knees, and his hair, which during the martial epoch of his career had been pruned to the roots, fell about his ears in a luxuriant disarray. "Say, do you want to hear the best thing I've ever done?" "Indubitably," said Archie politely. "Carry on, old bird." "I wrote the lyric as well as the melody," said Wilson Hymack, who had already seated himself at the piano. "It's got the greatest title you ever heard. It's a lollapalooza. It's called It's a Long Way Back to Mother's Knee. How's that? Poor, eh?" Archie expelled a smoke ring doubtfully. "Isn't it a little stale?" "Stale? What do you mean, stale? There's always room for another song boosting Mother." "Oh, "Is it boosting, Mother?" Archie's face cleared. "I thought it was a hit at the short skirts. Why, of course, that makes all the difference. In that case, I see no reason why it should not be ripe, fruity, and pretty well all to the mustard. Let's have it." Wilson Hymack pushed as much of his hair out of his eyes as he could reach with one hand, cleared his throat, looked dreamily over the top of the piano at a photograph of Archie's father-in-law, Mr. Daniel Brewster, played a prelude, and began to sing in a weak, high composer's voice. All composers sing exactly alike, and they have to be heard to be believed.
One night a young man wandered through the glitter of Broadway. His money he had squandered, for a meal he couldn't pay. "Tough luck," murmured Archie sympathetically. "He thought about the village where his boyhood he had spent, and yearned for all the simple joys with which he'd been content." "The right spirit," said Archie with approval. "I'm beginning to like this chappie. Don't interrupt. Oh, right-o, carried away and all that. He looked upon the city, so frivolous and gay, and as he heaved a weary sigh, these words he then did say: 'It's a long way back to mother's knee, mother's knee, mother's knee. It's a long way back to mother's knee, where I used to stand and prattle with my teddy bear and rattle. Oh, those childhood days in Tennessee, they sure look good to me. It's a long, long way, but I'm gonna start today. I'm going back, believe me, oh, I'm going back. I want to go. I'm going back, back on the 7-3, to the dear old shack where I used to be. I'm going back to mother's knee."
Wilson Hymack's voice cracked on the final high note, which was of an altitude beyond his powers. He turned with a modest cough. "That'll give you an idea of it." "It has, old thing, it has." "Is it or is it not a ball of fire?" "It has many of the earmarks of a sound egg," admitted Archie. Of course it wants singing. Just what I was going to suggest. It wants a woman to sing it. A woman who could reach out for that last high note and teach it to take a joke. The whole refrain is working up to that. You need Tetrazzini or someone who would just pick that note off the roof and hold it till the janitor came round to lock up the building for the night. I must buy a copy for my wife. Where can I get it? You can't get it. It isn't published. Writing music's the darndest job. Wilson Hymack snorted fiercely. It was plain that the man was pouring out the pent-up emotion of many days. You write the biggest thing in years, and you go round trying to get someone to sing it, and they say you're a genius, then shove the song away in a drawer and forget about it. Archie lit another cigarette. "I'm a jolly old child in these matters, old lad," he said, "but why don't you take it direct to a publisher? As a matter of fact, if it would be any use to you, I was foregathering with a music publisher only the other day, a bird by the name of Blumenthal. He was lunching in here with a pal of mine, and we got tolerably matey. Why not let me tool you round to the office tomorrow and play it to him?" "No, thanks. Much obliged, but I'm not going to play that melody in any publisher's office, with his hired gang of Tin Pan Alley composers, listening at the keyhole and taking notes. I'll have to wait till I can find somebody to sing it. Well, I must be going along. Glad to have seen you again. Sooner or later I'll take you to hear that high note sung by someone in a way that'll make your spine tie itself in knots round the back of your neck." "I'll count the days," said Archie courteously. "Pip-pip." Hardly had the door closed behind the composer when it opened again to admit Lucille. "Hello, light of my soul," said Archie, rising and embracing his wife. "Where have you been all the afternoon? I was expecting you this many an hour past. I wanted you to meet— I've been having tea with a girl down in Greenwich Village. I couldn't get away before. Who was that who went out just as I came along the passage?" "Chappie of the name of Hymack. I met him in France. A composer and what not." We seem to have been moving in artistic circles this afternoon. The girl I went to see is a singer. At least, she wants to sing, but gets no encouragement. Precisely the same with my bird. He wants to get his music sung, but nobody'll sing it. But I didn't know you knew any Greenwich Village warblers, sunshine of my home. How did you meet this female?" Lucille sat down and gazed forlornly at him with her big grey eyes. She was registering something, but Archie could not gather what it was. "Archie, darling, when you married me, you undertook to share my sorrows, didn't you?" "Absolutely. It's all in the book of words. For better or for worse, in sickness and in health, all down set 'em up in the other alley. Regular ironclad contract." "Then share 'em," said Lucille. "Bill's in love again." Archie blinked. "Bill? When you say Bill, do you mean Bill? Your brother Bill? My brother-in-law Bill? Jolly old William, the son and heir of the Brewsters?" "I do." "You say he's in love. Cupid's dart?" "Even so." "But I say, isn't this rather— What I mean to say is, the lad's an absolute scourge. The great lover, what? Also ran Brigham Young and all that sort of thing. Why, it's only a few weeks ago that he was moaning brokenly about that vermilion-haired female who subsequently hooked on to old Reggie Van Teel." "She's a little better than that girl, thank goodness. All the same, I don't think Father will approve." "Of what caliber is the latest exhibit?" "Well, she comes from the Middle West, and seems to be trying to be twice as bohemian as the rest of the girls down in Greenwich Village. She wears her hair bobbed and goes about in a kimono. She's probably read magazine stories about Greenwich Village and has modeled herself on them. It's so silly, when you can see Hicks Corners sticking out of her all the time." "That one got past me before I could grab it. What did you say she had sticking out of her?" "I meant that anybody could see that she came from somewhere out in the wilds. As a matter of fact, Bill tells me that she was brought up in Snakebite, Michigan." "Snakebite. What rummy names you have in America. Still, I'll admit there's a village in England called Nether Wallop, so who am I to cast the first stone? How is old Bill? Pretty feverish?" "He says this time it's the real thing." "That's what they all say. I wish I had $1 for every time— Forgotten what I was going to say," broke off Archie prudently. "So you think," he went on after a pause, "that William's latest is going to be one more shock for the old dad? I can't imagine Father approving of her." "I've studied your merry old progenitor pretty closely," said Archie, "and between you and me, I can't imagine him approving of anybody. I can't understand why it is that Bill goes out of his way to pick these horrors. I know at least 20 delightful girls, all pretty and with lots of money, who would be just the thing for him, but he sneaks away and goes falling in love with someone impossible. And the worst of it is that one always feels one's got to do one's best to see him through." "Absolutely. One doesn't want to throw a spanner into the works of love's young dream. It behooves us to rally round. Have you heard this girl sing?" "Yes, she sang this afternoon." "What sort of a voice has she got?" "Well, it's loud." "Could she pick a high note off the roof and hold it till the janitor came round to lock up the building for the night?" "What on earth do you mean?" "Answer me this, woman, frankly. How is her high note? Pretty lofty?" "Why, yes." "Then say no more," said Archie. "Leave this to me, my dear old better 4/5. Hand the whole thing over to Archibald, the man who never lets you down. I have a scheme." As Archie approached his suite on the following afternoon, he heard through the closed door the drone of a gruff male voice, and going in discovered Lucille in the company of his brother-in-law. Lucille, Archie thought, was looking a trifle fatigued. Bill, on the other hand, was in great shape. His eyes were shining, and his face looked so like that of a stuffed frog that Archie had no difficulty in gathering that he had been lecturing on the subject of his latest enslaver. "Hallo, Bill, old crumpet," he said.
"Hallo, Archie." "I'm so glad you've come," said Lucille. "Bill is telling me all about Spectatia."
"Who?"
"Spectatia. The girl, you know. Her name is Spectatia Huskisson."
"It can't be," said Archie incredulously.
"Why not?"
growled Bill. "Well, how could it?" said Archie, appealing to him as a reasonable man. "I mean to say, Spectatia Huskisson. I gravely doubt whether there is such a name."
"What's wrong with it?"
demanded the incensed Bill.
"It's a darn sight better name than Archibald Moom."
"Don't fight, you two children," intervened Lucille firmly. "It's a good old Middle West name. Everybody knows the Huskissons of Snakebite, Michigan. Besides, Bill calls her Toodles."
"Poodles,"
corrected Bill austerely.
"Oh, yes, Poodles. He calls her Poodles."
Young blood, sighed Archie.
"I wish you wouldn't talk as if you were my grandfather."
"I look on you as a son, laddie, a favourite son."
"If I had a father like you—"
"Ah, but you haven't, young feller me lad, and that's the trouble. If you had, everything would be simple. But as your actual father, if you'll allow me to say so, is one of the finest specimens of the human vampire bat in captivity, something has got to be done about it, and you're dashed lucky to have me in your corner, a guide, philosopher, and friend, full of the fruitiest ideas. Now, if you'll kindly listen to me for a moment—"
"I've been listening to you ever since you came in."
"You wouldn't speak in that harsh tone of voice if you knew all."
"William, I have a scheme."
"Well?" "The scheme to which I allude is what Maeterlinck would call a lollapalooza."
"What a little marvel he is," said Lucille, regarding her husband affectionately. "He eats a lot of fish, Bill. That's what makes him so clever."
"Shrimps," diagnosed Bill churlishly.
"Do you know the leader of the orchestra in the restaurant downstairs?" asked Archie, ignoring the slur.
"I know there is a leader of the orchestra. What about him?"
"A sound fellow, great pal of mine. I've forgotten his name."
"Call him Poodles," suggested Lucille.
"Desist," said Archie,
as a wordless growl proceeded from his stricken brother-in-law.
"Temper your hilarity with a modicum of reserve. This girlish frivolity is unseemly. Well, I'm going to have a chat with this chappie and fix it all up."
"Fix what up?"
"The whole jolly business. I'm going to kill two birds with one stone. I've a composer chappie, popping about in the background, whose one ambition is to have his pet song sung before a discriminating audience. You have a singer straining at the leash. I'm going to arrange with this egg who leads the orchestra that your female shall sing my chappie's song downstairs one night during dinner. How about it? Is it or is it not a ball of fire?"
"It's not a bad idea," admitted Bill, brightening visibly. "I wouldn't have thought you had it in you."
"Why not?"
"Well—"
"It's a capital idea," said Lucille. "Quite out of the question, of course."
"How do you mean?"
"Don't you know that the one thing Father hates more than anything else in the world is anything like a cabaret? People are always coming to him, suggesting that it would brighten up the dinner hour if he had singers and things, and he crushes them into little bits. He thinks there is nothing that lowers the tone of a place more. He'll bite you in 3 places when you suggest it to him."
"Ah, but has it escaped your notice, lighting system of my soul, that the dear old dad is not at present in residence? He went off to fish at Lake What's-its-name this morning." "You aren't dreaming of doing this without asking him." "That was the general idea." "But he'll be furious when he finds out." "But will he find out? I ask you, will he?" "Of course he will." "I don't see why he should," said Bill, on whose plastic mind the plan had made a deep impression. "He won't," said Archie confidently. "This wheeze is for one night only. By the time the jolly old governor returns, bitten to the bone by mosquitoes, with one small stuffed trout in his suitcase, everything will be over and all quiet once more along the Potomac. The scheme is this. My chappie wants his song heard by a publisher. Your girl wants her voice heard by one of the blighters who gets up concerts, and all that sort of thing. No doubt you know such a bird, whom you could invite to the hotel for a bit of dinner?" "I know Carl Steinberg. As a matter of fact, I was thinking of writing to him about Spectatia." "You're absolutely sure that is her name?" said Archie, his voice still tinged with incredulity. "Oh, well, I suppose she told you so herself, and no doubt she knows best. That will be topping. Rope in your pal and hold him down at the table till the finish. Lucille, the beautiful vision on the skyline yonder, and I will be at another table entertaining Maxie Blumenthal." "Who on earth is Maxie Blumenthal?" asked Lucille. "One of my boyhood chums, a music publisher. I'll get him to come along, and then we'll all be set. At the conclusion of the performance, Archie winced, Miss Spectatia Huskisson will be signed up for a 40 weeks tour, and jovial old Blumenthal will be making all arrangement for publishing the song. 2 birds, as I indicated before, with 1 stone. How about it?" "It's a winner," said Bill. "Of course," said Archie, "I'm not urging you. I merely make the suggestion. If you know a better go to it." "It's terrific," said Bill. "It's absurd," said Lucille. "My dear old partner of joys and sorrows," said Archie, wounded, "we court criticism, but this is mere abuse. What seems to be the difficulty?" "The leader of the orchestra would be afraid to do it." $10, supplied by William here. Push it over, Bill, old man. Will remove his tremors." "And father's certain to find out." "Am I afraid of father?" cried Archie manfully. "Well, yes, I am," he added, after a moment's reflection. "But I don't see how he can possibly get to know." "Of course he can't," said Bill decidedly. "Fix it up as soon as you can, Archie. This is what the doctor ordered." Chapter 24. The Melting of Mr. Connolly. The main dining room of the Hotel Cosmopolis is a decorous place. The lighting is artistically dim, and the genuine old tapestries on the walls seem, with their medieval calm, to discourage any essay in the riotous. Soft-footed waiters shimmer to and fro over thick, expensive carpets to the music of an orchestra which abstains wholly from the noisy modernity of jazz. To Archie, who during the past few days had been privileged to hear Miss Huskisson rehearsing, the place had a sort of brooding quiet, like the ocean just before the arrival of a cyclone. As Lucille had said, Miss Huskisson's voice was loud. It was a powerful organ, and there was no doubt that it would take the cloistered stillness of the Cosmopolis dining-room and stand it on one ear. Almost unconsciously, Archie found himself bracing his muscles and holding his breath as he had done in France as the approach of the 0 hour, when waiting the first roar of a barrage. He listened mechanically to the conversation of Mr. Blumenthal. The music publisher was talking with some vehemence on the subject of labor. A recent printer's strike had bitten deeply into Mr. Blumenthal's soul. The working man, he considered, was rapidly landing God's country in the soup, and he had twice upset his glass with the vehemence of his gesticulation. He was an energetic right and left-hand talker. "The more you give 'em, the more they want," he complained. "There's no pleasing 'em. It isn't only in my business. There's your father, Mrs. Moon." "Good God, where?" said Archie, starting. "I say, take your father's case. He's doing all he knows to get this new hotel of his finished, and what happens? A man gets fired for loafing on his job, and Connolly calls a strike, and the building operations are held up till the thing's settled. It isn't right." "It's a great shame," agreed Lucille. "I was reading about it in the paper this morning." "That man Connolly's a tough guy. You'd think, being a personal friend of your father, he would—" "I didn't know they were friends." "Been friends for years. But a lot of difference that makes. Out come the men just the same. It isn't right." "I was saying it wasn't right," repeated Mr. Blumenthal to Archie, for he was a man who liked the attention of every member of his audience. Archie did not reply. He was staring glassily across the room at two men who had just come in. One was a large, stout, square-faced man of commanding personality. The other was Mr. Daniel Brewster. Mr. Blumenthal followed his gaze. "Why, there is Connolly coming in now." "Father!" gasped Lucille. Her eyes met Archie's. Archie took a hasty drink of ice water. "This," he murmured, "has torn it." "Archie, you must do something." "I know, but what?" "What's the trouble?" enquired Mr. Blumenthal, mystified. "Go over to their table and talk to them," said Lucille. "Me?" Archie quivered. "No, I say, old thing, really." "Get them away." "How do you mean?" "I know," cried Lucille, inspired. "Father promised that you should be manager of the new hotel when it was built. Well, then this strike affects you just as much as anybody else. You have a perfect right to talk it over with them. Go and ask them to have dinner up in our suite where you can discuss it quietly. Say that up there they won't be disturbed by the music." At this moment, while Archie wavered, hesitating like a diver on the edge of a springboard who is trying to summon up the necessary nerve to project himself into the deep, a bellboy approached the table where the Messieurs Brewster and Connolly had seated themselves. He murmured something in Mr. Brewster's ear, and the proprietor of the Cosmopolis rose and followed him out of the room. "Quick, now's your chance," said Lucille eagerly. "Father's been called to the telephone. Hurry!" Archie took another drink of ice water to steady his shaking nerve centers, pulled down his waistcoat, straightened his tie, and then, with something of the air of a Roman gladiator entering the arena, tottered across the room. Lucille turned to entertain the perplexed music publisher. The nearer Archie got to Mr. Aloysius Connolly, the less did he like the looks of him. Even at a distance, the labor leader had had a formidable aspect. Seen close to, he looked even more uninviting. His face had the appearance of having been carved out of granite, and the eye, which collided with Archie's, as the latter, with an attempt at an ingratiating smile, pulled up a chair and sat down at the table, was hard and frosty. Mr. Connolly gave the impression that he would be a good man to have on your side during a rough-and-tumble fight down on the waterfront or in some lumber camp, but he did not look chummy. "Hello, hello, hello," said Archie. "Who to devil," inquired Mr. Connolly, "are you?" "My name's Archibald Moom." "That's not my fault." "I'm jolly old Brewster's son-in-law." "Glad to meet you." "Glad to meet you," said Archie handsomely. "Well, good-bye," said Mr. Connolly. "Eh?" "Run along and sell your papers. Your father-in-law and I have business to discuss." "Yes, I know." "Private," added Mr. Connolly.
"Oh, but I'm in on this binge, you know. I'm going to be the manager of the new hotel."
"You?"
"Absolutely."
"Well, well," said Mr. Connolly, non-committally. Archie, pleased with the smoothness with which matters had opened, bent forward winsomely.
"I say, you know, it won't do, you know. Absolutely no. Not a bit like it. No, no, far from it. Well, how about it? How do we go? What, yes, no?"
"What on earth are you talking about?"
"Call it off, old thing."
"Call what off?"
"This festive old strike."
"Not on your— Hello, Dan. Back again?" Mr. Brewster, looming over the table like a thundercloud, regarded Archie with more than his customary hostility. Life was no pleasant thing for the proprietor of the Cosmopolis just now. Once a man starts building hotels, the thing becomes like dram-drinking. Any hitch, any sudden cutting off of the daily dose has the worst effects, and the strike which was holding up the construction of his latest effort had plunged Mr. Brewster into a restless gloom. In addition to having this strike on his hands, he had had to abandon his annual fishing trip just when he had begun to enjoy it. And, as if all this were not enough, here was his son-in-law sitting at his table. Mr. Brewster had a feeling that this was more than man was meant to bear. "What do you want?" he demanded.
"Hello, old thing," said Archie. "Come and join the party."
"Don't call me old thing."
"Right-o, old companion, just as you say. I say, I was just going to suggest to Mr. Connolly that we should all go up to my suite and talk this business over quietly."
"He says he's the manager of your new hotel," said Mr. Connolly.
"Is that right?"
"I suppose so," said Mr. Brewster gloomily.
"Then I'm doing you a kindness," said Mr. Connolly, "in not letting it be built."
Archie dabbed at his forehead with his handkerchief. The moments were flying, and it began to seem impossible to shift these two men. Mr. Connolly was as firmly settled in his chair as some primeval rock. As for Mr. Brewster, he too had seated himself and was gazing at Archie with a weary repulsion. Mr. Brewster's glance always made Archie feel as though there were soup on his shirt-front. And suddenly, from the orchestra at the other end of the room, there came a familiar sound. The prelude of Mother's Knee.
"So, you've started a cabaret, Dan," said Mr. Connolly in a satisfied voice. "I always told you you were behind the times here."
Mr. Brewster jumped. "Cabaret?" He stared unbelievingly at the white-robed figure which had just mounted the orchestra dais, and then concentrated his gaze on Archie. Archie would not have looked at his father-in-law at this juncture if he had had a free and untrammeled choice. But Mr. Brewster's eye drew his with something of the fascination which a snake's has for a rabbit. Mr. Brewster's eye was fiery and intimidating. A basilisk might have gone to him with the advantage for a course of lessons. His gaze went right through Archie, till the latter seemed to feel his back hair curling crisply in the flames.
"Is this one of your fool tricks?"
Even in this tense moment, Archie found time almost unconsciously to admire his father-in-law's penetration and intuition. He seemed to have a sort of sixth sense. No doubt this was how great fortunes were made.
"Well, as a matter of fact, to be absolutely accurate, it was like this."
"Say, cut it out," said Mr. Connolly. "Can the chatter. I want to listen." Archie was only too ready to oblige him. Conversation at the moment was the last thing he himself desired. He managed, with a strong effort, to disengage himself from Mr. Brewster's eye, and turned to the orchestra dais, where Miss Spectacia Huskisson was now beginning the first verse of Wilson Hymack's masterpiece. Miss Huskisson, like so many of the female denizens of the Middle West, was tall and blonde and constructed on substantial lines. She was a girl whose appearance suggested the old homestead, and fried pancakes, and Pop coming home to dinner after the morning's ploughing. Even her bobbed hair did not altogether destroy this impression. She looked big and strong and healthy, and her lungs were obviously good. She attacked the verse of the song with something of the vigor and breadth of treatment with which in other days she had reasoned with refractory mules. Her diction was the diction of one trained to call the cattle home in the teeth of western hurricanes. Whether you wanted to or not, you heard every word. The subdued clatter of knives and forks had ceased. The diners, unused to this sort of thing at the Cosmopolis, were trying to adjust their faculties to cope with the outburst. Waiters stood transfixed, frozen in attitudes of service. In the momentary lull between the verse and the refrain, Archie could hear the deep breathing of Mr. Brewster. Involuntarily he turned to gaze at him once more, as refugees from Pompeii may have turned to gaze upon Vesuvius. And as he did so, he caught sight of Mr. Connolly, and paused in astonishment. Mr. Connolly was an altered man. His whole personality had undergone a subtle change. His face still looked as though hewn from the living rock, but into his eyes had crept an expression which in another man might almost have been called sentimental. Incredible as it seemed to Archie, Mr. Connolly's eyes were dreamy. There was even in them a suggestion of unshed tears. And when, with a vast culmination of sound, Miss Huskisson reached the high note at the end of the refrain, and, after holding it as some storming party, spent but victorious, holds the summit of a hard-won redoubt, broke off suddenly, in the stillness which followed there proceeded from Mr. Connolly a deep sigh. Miss Huskisson began the second verse, and Mr. Brewster, seeming to recover from some kind of trance, leaped to his feet. "Great Godfrey!"
"Sit down," said Mr. Connolly in a broken voice. "Sit down, then."
He kissed her on the forehead, and he whispered, "I've come home." He told her he was never going any more to roam. And onward through the happy years, till he grew old and grey, he never once regretted those brave words he once did say. It's a long way back to mother's knee.
The last high note screeched across the room like a shell, and the applause that followed was like a shell's bursting. One could hardly have recognized the refined interior of the Cosmopolis dining-room. Fair women were waving napkins. Brave men were hammering on the tables with the butt end of knives, for all the world as if they imagined themselves to be in one of those distressing midnight review places. Miss Huskisson bowed, retired, returned, bowed and retired again, the tears streaming down her ample face. Over in a corner, Archie could see his brother-in-law clapping strenuously. A waiter, with a display of manly emotion that did him credit, dropped an order of new peas.
30 years ago last October," said Mr. Connolly in a shaking voice. "I—" Mr. Brewster interrupted him violently.
"I'll fire that orchestra leader. He goes tomorrow. I'll fire—" He turned on Archie. "What the devil do you mean by it? You
You. 30 years ago, said Mr. Connolly, wiping away a tear with his napkin, I left me dear old home in the old country. My hotel a beer garden! Frightfully sorry and all that, old companion. 30 years ago last October. 'Twas a fine autumn evening, the finest you'd ever wished to see. Me old mother, she came to the station to see me off.
Mr. Brewster, who was not deeply interested in Mr. Connolly's old mother, continued to splutter inarticulately, like a firework trying to go off.
"You'll always be a good boy, Aloysius," she said to me,
said Mr. Connolly, proceeding with his autobiography.
And I said, "Yes, mother, I will."
Mr. Connolly sighed and applied the napkin again.
"'Twas a liar I was," he observed remorsefully. "Many's the dirty I've played since then. It's a long way back to mother's knee. 'Tis a true word."
He turned impulsively to Mr. Brewster.
"Then there's a deal of trouble in this world, without me going out of me way to make more. The strike is over. I'll send the men back tomorrow. There's me hand on it."
Mr. Brewster, who had just managed to coordinate his views on the situation and was about to express them with the generous strength which was ever his custom when dealing with his son-in-law, checked himself abruptly. He stared at his old friend and business enemy, wondering if he could have heard aright. Hope began to creep back into Mr. Brewster's heart, like a shame-faced dog that has been away from home hunting for a day or two.
"You'll what?" "I'll send the men back tomorrow. That song was sent to guide me then. It was meant. 30 years ago, last October, me dear old mother."
Mr. Brewster bent forward attentively. His views on Mr. Connolly's dear old mother had changed. He wanted to hear all about her.
"'Twas that last note that the girl sang brought it all back to me as if it was yesterday. As we waited on the platform, me old mother and I, out comes the train from the tunnel, and the engine lets off a screech the way you'd hear it 10 miles away. 'Twas 30 years ago."
Archie stole softly from the table. He felt that his presence, if it had ever been required, was required no longer. Looking back, he could see his father-in-law patting Mr. Connolly affectionately on the shoulder. Archie and Lucille lingered over their coffee. Mr. Blumenthal was out in the telephone box, settling the business end with Wilson Hymack. The music publisher had been unstinted in his praise of Mother's Knee. It was sure fire, he said. The words, stated Mr. Blumenthal, were gooey enough to hurt, and the tune reminded him of every other song hit he had ever heard. There was, in Mr. Blumenthal's opinion, nothing to stop this thing selling 1 million copies. Archie smoked contentedly. "Not a bad evening's work, old thing," he said. "Talk about birds with one stone." He looked at Lucille reproachfully. "You don't seem bubbling over with joy."
"Oh, I am, precious," Lucille sighed. "I was only thinking about Bill."
"What about Bill?"
"Well, it's rather awful to think of him tied for life to that steam siren."
"Oh, we mustn't look on the jolly old dark side. Perhaps— Hello, Bill, old top. We were just talking about you."
"Were you?"
said Bill Brewster in a dispirited voice. "I take it that you want congratulations, what?"
"I want sympathy."
"Sympathy?"
"Sympathy, and lots of it. She's gone."
"Gone? Who?"
"Spectatia."
"How do you mean, gone?" Bill glowered at the tablecloth.
"Gone home. I've just seen her off in a cab. She's gone back to Washington Square to pack. She's catching the 10 o'clock train back to Snakebite. It was that damned song," muttered Bill in a stricken voice. She says she never realized before she sang it tonight how hollow New York was. She said it suddenly came over her. She says she's going to give up her career and go back to her mother. What the deuce are you twiddling your fingers for?" he broke off irritably.
"Sorry, old man. I was just counting." "Counting? Counting what?" "Birds, old thing. Only birds," said Archie. Chapter 25. The Wigmore Venus. The morning was so brilliantly fine. The population popped to and fro in so active and cheery a manner, and everybody appeared to be so absolutely in the pink that a casual observer of the city of New York would have said that it was one of those happy days. Yet Archie Moffam, as he turned out of the sun-bathed street into the ramshackle building on the 3rd floor, of which was the studio belonging to his artist friend James B. Wheeler, was faintly oppressed with a kind of feeling that something was wrong. He would not have gone so far as to say that he had the pip. It was more a vague sense of discomfort. And, searching for first causes as he made his way upstairs, he came to the conclusion that the person responsible for this nebulous depression was his wife, Lucille. It seemed to Archie that at breakfast that morning Lucille's manner had been subtly rummy. Nothing you could put your finger on, still rummy. Musing thus, he reached the studio, and found the door open and the room empty. It had the air of a room whose owner has dashed in to fetch his golf clubs and biffed off, after the casual fashion of the artist's temperament, without bothering to close up behind him. And such, indeed, was the case. The studio had seen the last of J.B. Wheeler for that day, but Archie, not realizing this, and feeling that a chat with Mr. Wheeler, who was a light-hearted bird, was what he needed this morning, sat down to wait. After a few moments, his gaze, straying over the room, encountered a handsomely framed picture, and he went across to take a look at it. J.B. Wheeler was an artist who made a large annual income as an illustrator for the magazines, and it was a surprise to Archie to find that he also went in for this kind of thing. For the picture, dashingly painted in oils, represented a comfortably plump young woman who, from her rather weak-minded simper and the fact that she wore absolutely nothing except a small dove on her left shoulder, was plainly intended to be the goddess Venus. Archie was not much of a lad around the picture galleries, but he knew enough about art to recognize Venus when he saw her, though once or twice, it is true, artists had double-crossed him by ringing in such title as Daydreams or When the Heart is Young. He inspected this picture for a while, then returned to his seat, lit a cigarette, and began to meditate on Lucille once more. Yes, the dear girl had been rummy at breakfast. She had not exactly said anything, or done anything out of the ordinary, but, well, you know how it is. We husbands, we lads of the for better or for worse brigade, we learn to pierce the mask. There had been in Lucille's manner that curious, strained sweetness which comes to women whose husbands have failed to match the piece of silk, or forgotten to post an important letter. If his conscience had not been as clear as crystal, Archie would have said that that was what must have been the matter. But when Lucille wrote letters, she just stepped out of the suite and dropped them in the mail chute attached to the elevator. It couldn't be that. And he couldn't have forgotten anything else, because, oh, my sainted aunt! Archie's cigarette smouldered, neglected, between his fingers. His jaw had fallen, and his eyes were staring glassily before him. He was appalled. His memory was weak, he knew, but never before had it let him down so scurvily as this. This was a record. It stood in a class by itself, printed in red ink and marked with a star, as the bloomer of a lifetime. For a man may forget many things. He may forget his name, his umbrella, his nationality, his spats, and the friends of his youth. But there is one thing which your married man, your in-sickness and in-health lizard, must not forget, and that is the anniversary of his wedding day. Remorse swept over Archie like a wave. His heart bled for Lucille. No wonder the poor girl had been rummy at breakfast. What girl wouldn't be rummy at breakfast, tied for life to a ghastly outsider like himself? He groaned hollowly and sagged forlornly in his chair, and as he did so, the Venus caught his eye. For it was an eye-catching picture. You might like it or dislike it, but you could not ignore it. As a strong swimmer shoots to the surface after a high dive, Archie's soul rose suddenly from the depths to which it had descended. He did not often get inspirations, but he got one now. Hope dawned with a jerk. The one way out had presented itself to him. A rich present, that was the wheeze. If he returned to her bearing a rich present, he might, with the help of heaven and a face of brass, succeed in making her believe that he had merely pretended to forget the vital date in order to enhance the surprise. It was a scheme. Like some great general forming his plan of campaign on the eve of battle, Archie had the whole binge neatly worked out inside a minute. He scribbled a note to Mr. Wheeler, explaining the situation and promising reasonable payment on the installment system. Then, placing the note in a conspicuous position on the easel, he leaped to the telephone, and presently found himself connected with Lucille's room at the Cosmopolis. "Hello, darling," he cooed. There was a slight pause at the other end of the wire. "Oh, hello, Archie." Lucille's voice was dull and listless, and Archie's experienced ear could detect that she had been crying. He raised his right foot and kicked himself indignantly on the left ankle. "Many happy returns of the day, old thing." A muffled sob floated over the wire. "Have you only just remembered?" said Lucille in a small voice. Archie, bracing himself up, cackled gleefully into the receiver. "Did I take you in, light of my home? Do you mean to say you really thought I had forgotten? For heaven's sake!" "You didn't say a word at breakfast." "Ah, but that was all part of the devilish cunning. I hadn't got a present for you then. At least, I didn't know whether it was ready." "Oh, Archie, you darling!" Lucille's voice had lost its crushed melancholy. She trilled like a thrush, or a linnet, or any bird that goes in largely for trilling. "Have you really got me a present?" "It's here now. The dickens of a fruity picture. One of J.P. Wheeler's things. You'll like it." "Oh, I know I shall. I love his work. You are an angel. We'll hang it over the piano." "I'll be round with it something under 3 ticks, starve my soul. I'll take a taxi." "Yes, do hurry. I want to hug you." "Right-o," said Archie. "I'll take 2 taxis." It is not far from Washington Square to the Hotel Cosmopolis, and Archie made the journey without mishap. There was a little unpleasantness with the cabman before starting, he, on the prudish plea that he was a married man with a local reputation to keep up, declining at first to be seen in company with the masterpiece. But on Archie giving a promise to keep the front of the picture away from the public gaze, he consented to take the job on, and some 10 minutes later, having made his way blushfully through the hotel lobby, and endured the frank curiosity of the boy who worked the elevator, Archie entered his suite, the picture under his arm. He placed it carefully against the wall in order to leave himself more scope for embracing Lucille, And when the joyful reunion, or the sacred scene, if you prefer so to call it, was concluded, he stepped forward to turn it round and exhibit it.
"Why, it's enormous," said Lucille. "I didn't know Mr. Wheeler ever painted pictures that size. When you said it was one of his, I thought it must be the original of a magazine drawing, or something like— Oh."
Archie had moved back and given her an uninterrupted view of the work of art, and she had started as if some unkindly disposed person had driven a bradawl into her. "Pretty ripe, what?" said Archie enthusiastically. Lucille did not speak for a moment. It may have been sudden joy that kept her silent, or, on the other hand, it may not. She stood looking at the picture with wide eyes and parted lips. "A bird, eh?" said Archie.
"Yes," said Lucille.
"I knew you'd like it," proceeded Archie with animation. "You see, you're by way of being a picture-hound, know all about the things, and what not. Inherited from the dear old dad, I shouldn't wonder. Personally, I can't tell one picture from another as a rule, but I'm bound to say the moment I set eyes on this I said to myself, 'What ho!' or words to that effect. I rather think this will add a touch of distinction to the home, yes, no? I'll hang it up, shall I? Phone down to the office, light of my soul, and tell them to send up a nail, a bit of string, and the hotel hammer."
"One moment, darling. I'm not quite sure."
"Eh?"
"Where it ought to hang, I mean. You see—"
"Over the piano, you said. The jolly old piano."
"Yes, but I hadn't seen it then."
A monstrous suspicion flitted for an instant into Archie's mind. "I say, you do like it, don't you?" he asked anxiously.
"Oh, Archie, darling, of course I do. And it was so sweet of you to give it to me. But what I was trying to say was that this picture is so striking that I feel that we ought to wait a little while and decide where it would have the best effect. The light over the piano is rather strong."
"You think it ought to hang in a dimmish light, what?"
Yes, the dimmer yes, in a dim light. Suppose we leave it in the corner for the moment, over there, behind the sofa, and I'll think it over. It wants a lot of thought, you know."
"Righto. Here?"
"Yes, that will do splendidly. Oh, and Archie."
"Hello."
"I think, perhaps, just turn its face to the wall, will you?" Lucille gave a little gulp. "It will prevent it getting dusty."
It perplexed Archie a little during the next few days to notice in Lucille, whom he had always looked on as preeminently a girl who knew her own mind, a curious streak of vacillation. Quite half a dozen times he suggested various spots on the wall as suitable for the Venus, but Lucille seemed unable to decide. Archie wished that she would settle on something definite, for he wanted to invite J.B. Wheeler to the suite to see the thing. He had heard nothing from the artist since the day he had removed the picture, and one morning, encountering him on Broadway, he expressed his appreciation of the very decent manner in which the other had taken the whole affair. "Oh, that," said J.B. Wheeler. "My dear fellow, you're welcome." He paused for a moment. "More than welcome," he added. "You aren't much of an expert on pictures, are you?" "Well," said Archie, "I don't know that you'd call me an absolute nib, don't you know, but, of course, I know enough to see that this particular exhibit is not a little fruity. Absolutely one of the best things you've ever done, laddie." A slight purple tinge manifested itself in Mr. Wheeler's round and rosy face. His eyes bulged. "What are you talking about, you tishbite? You misguided son of Belial? Are you under the impression that I painted that thing?" "Didn't you?" Mr. Wheeler swallowed a little convulsively.
"My fiancée painted it,"
he said shortly.
"Your fiancée? My dear old lad, I didn't even know you were engaged. Who is she? Do I know her?"
"Her name is Alice Wigmore. You don't know her." "And she painted that picture." Archie was perturbed. "But I say, won't she be apt to wonder where the thing has got to?" "I told her it had been stolen. She thought it a great compliment, and was tickled to death. So that's all right."
"And of course she'll paint you another."
"Not while I have my strength, she won't," said J.B. Wheeler firmly. "She's given up painting since I taught her golf, thank goodness, and my best efforts shall be employed in seeing that she doesn't have a relapse."
"But, laddie," said Archie, puzzled, "you talk as though there were something wrong with the picture. I thought it was dashed hot stuff."
"God bless you," said J.B. Wheeler.
Archie proceeded on his way, still mystified. Then he reflected that artists, as a class, were all pretty weird and rummy, and talked more or less consistently through their hats. You could never take an artist's opinion on a picture. 9 out of 10 of them had views on art which would have admitted them to any loony bin, and no questions asked. He had met several of the species who absolutely raved over things which any reasonable chappie would decline to be found dead in a ditch with. His admiration for the Wigmore Venus, which had faltered for a moment during his conversation with J.B. Wheeler, returned in all its pristine vigor. Absolute rot, he meant to say, to try to make out that it wasn't one of the ones and just like Mother used to make. Look how Lucille had liked it. At breakfast next morning, Archie once more brought up the question of the hanging of the picture. It was absurd to let a thing like that go on wasting its sweetness behind a sofa with its face to the wall. "Touching on the jolly old masterpiece," he said, "how about it? I think it's time we hoisted it up somewhere." Lucille fiddled pensively with her coffee-spoon. "Archie, dear," she said, "I've been thinking." "And a very good thing to do," said Archie. "I've often meant to do it myself, when I've got a bit of time." "About that picture, I mean. Did you know it was Father's birthday tomorrow?" "Why, no, old thing, I didn't, to be absolutely honest. Your revered parent doesn't confide in me much these days, as a matter of fact." "Well, it is, and I think we ought to give him a present." "Absolutely. But how? I'm all for spreading sweetness and light, and cheering up the jolly old pater's sorrowful existence, but I haven't a bean. And, what is more, things have come to such a pass that I scan the horizon without seeing a single soul I can touch. I suppose I could get into Reggie Van Teel's ribs for a bit, but, I don't know, touching poor old Reggie always seemed to me rather like potting a sitting bird." "Of course, I don't want you to do anything like that. I was thinking— Archie, darling, would you be very hurt if I gave Father the picture?" "Oh, I say." "Well, I can't think of anything else."
"But wouldn't you miss it most frightfully?"
"Oh, of course I should. But you see, Father's birthday—"
Archie had always thought Lucille the dearest and most unselfish angel in the world, but never had the fact come home to him so forcibly as now. He kissed her fondly. "By Jove!" he exclaimed, "you really are, you know. This is the biggest thing since jolly old Sir Philip What's-his-name gave the drink of water to the poor blighter whose need was greater than his, if you recall the incident. I had to sweat it up at school, I remember. Sir Philip, poor old bean, had a most ghastly thirst on, and he was just going to have one on the house, so to speak, when—but it's all in the history books. This is the sort of thing Boy Scouts do. Well, of course, it's up to you, Queen of my soul. If you feel like making the sacrifice, right-o. Shall I bring the pater up here and show him the picture?"
"No, I shouldn't do that. Do you think you could get into his suite tomorrow morning and hang it up somewhere? You see, if he had the chance of— what I mean is, if— Yes, I think it would be best to hang it up and let him discover it there."
"It would give him a surprise, you mean, what?"
"Yes."
Lucille sighed inaudibly. She was a girl with a conscience, and that conscience was troubling her a little. She agreed with Archie that the discovery of the Wigmore Venus in his artistically furnished suite would give Mr. Brewster a surprise. Surprise, indeed, was perhaps an inadequate word. She was sorry for her father, but the instinct of self-preservation is stronger than any other emotion. Archie whistled merrily on the following morning as, having driven a nail into his father-in-law's wallpaper, he adjusted the cord from which the Wigmore Venus was suspended. He was a kind-hearted young man, and, though Mr. Daniel Brewster had, on many occasions, treated him with a good deal of austerity, his simple soul was pleased at the thought of doing him a good turn. He had just completed his work and was stepping cautiously down when a voice behind him nearly caused him to overbalance. "What the devil?" Archie turned beamingly. "Hello, old thing. Many happy returns of the day." Mr. Brewster was standing in a frozen attitude. His strong face was slightly flushed. What?" he gurgled. Mr. Brewster was not in one of his sunniest moods that morning. The proprietor of a large hotel has many things to disturb him, and today things had been going wrong. He had come up to his suite with the idea of restoring his shaken nerve system with a quiet cigar, and the sight of his son-in-law had, as so frequently happened, made him feel worse than ever. But when Archie had descended from the chair and moved aside to allow him an uninterrupted view of the picture, Mr. Brewster realized that a worse thing had befallen him than a mere visit from one who always made him feel that the world was a bleak place. He stared at the Venus dumbly. Unlike most hotel proprietors, Daniel Brewster was a connoisseur of art. Connoisseuring was, in fact, his hobby. Even the public rooms of the Cosmopolis were decorated with taste, and his own private suite was a shrine of all that was best and most artistic. His tastes were quiet and restrained, and it is not too much to say that the Wigmore Venus hit him behind the ear like a stuffed eel-skin. So great was the shock that for some moments it kept him silent, and before he could recover speech, Archie had explained. "It's a birthday present from Lucille, don't you know?" Mr. Brewster crushed down the breezy speech he had intended to utter. "Lucille gave me that?" he muttered. He swallowed pathetically. He was suffering, but the iron courage of the Brewsters stood him in good stead. This man was no weakling. Presently the rigidity of his face relaxed. He was himself again. Of all things in the world he loved his daughter most, and if, in whoever mood of temporary insanity, she had brought herself to suppose that this beastly daub was the sort of thing he would like for a birthday present, he must accept the situation like a man. He would, on the whole, have preferred death to a life lived in the society of the Wigmore Venus, but even that torment must be endured if the alternative was the hurting of Lucille's feelings. "I think I've chosen a pretty likely spot to hang the thing, what?" said Archie cheerily. "It looks well alongside those Japanese prints, don't you think? Sort of stands out." Mr. Brewster licked his dry lips and grinned a ghastly grin. "It does stand out," he agreed. Chapter 26. A Tale of a Grandfather. Archie was not a man who readily allowed himself to become worried, especially about people who were not in his own immediate circle of friends, but in the course of the next week he was bound to admit that he was not altogether easy in his mind about his father-in-law's mental condition. He had read all sorts of things in the Sunday papers and elsewhere about the constant strain to which captains of industry are subjected, a strain which sooner or later is only too apt to make the victim go all bluey, and it seemed to him that Mr. Brewster was beginning to find the going a trifle too tough for his stamina. Undeniably he was behaving in an odd manner, and Archie, though no physician, was aware that when the American businessman, that restless, ever-active human machine, starts behaving in an odd manner, the next thing you know is that two strong men, one attached to each arm, are hurrying him into the cab bound for Bloomingdale. He did not confide his misgivings to Lucille, not wishing to cause her anxiety. He hunted up Reggie Van Teel at the club and sought advice from him. "I say, Reggie, old thing, present company excepted, have there been any loonies in your family?" Reggie stirred in his slumber, which always gripped him in the early afternoon. "Loonies?" he mumbled sleepily. "Rather. My Uncle Edgar thought he was twins." "Twins, eh?" "Yes. Silly idea. I mean, you'd have thought one of my Uncle Edgar would have been enough for any man." "How did the thing start?" asked Archie. "Start? Well, the first thing we noticed was when he began wanting two of everything. Had to set two places for him at dinner, and so on. Always wanted two seats at the theater. Ran into money, I can tell you." "He didn't behave rummily up till then? I mean to say, wasn't sort of jumpy and all that?" "Not that I remember. Why?" Archie's tone became grave. "Well, I'll tell you, old man, though I don't want it to go any farther, that I'm a bit worried about my jolly old father-in-law. I believe he's about to go in off the deep end. I think he's cracking under the strain. Dashed weird his behavior has been the last few days." "Such as?" murmured Mr. Van Teel. "Well, the other morning I happened to be in his suite. Incidentally, he wouldn't go above $10, and I wanted 25. And he suddenly picked up a whacking big paperweight and bunged it for all he was worth." "At you?" "Not at me. That was the rummy part of it. At a mosquito on the wall, he said. Well, I mean to say, do chappies bung paperweights at mosquitoes? I mean, is it done?" "Smash anything?" "Curiously enough, no. But he only just missed a rather decent picture which Lucille had given him for his birthday. Another foot to the left, and it would have been a goner." "Sounds queer. And, talking of that picture, I looked in on him about a couple of afternoons later, and he'd taken it down from the wall and laid it on the floor, and was staring at it in a dashed marked sort of manner. That was peculiar, what?" "On the floor. On the jolly old carpet. When I came in, he was goggling at it in a sort of glassy way. Absolutely rapt, don't you know. My coming in gave him a start, seemed to rouse him from a kind of trance, you know, and he jumped like an antelope. And if I hadn't happened to grab him, he would have trampled bang on the thing. It was deuced unpleasant, you know. His manner was rummy. He seemed to be brooding on something. What ought I to do about it, do you think? It's not my affair, of course, but it seems to me that, if he goes on like this, one of these days he'll be stabbing someone with a pickle-fork." To Archie's relief, his father-in-law's symptoms showed no signs of development. In fact, his manner reverted to the normal once more, and a few days later, meeting Archie in the lobby of the hotel, he seemed quite cheerful. It was not often that he wasted his time talking to his son-in-law, but on this occasion He chatted with him for several minutes about the big picture robbery which had formed the chief item of news on the front pages of the morning papers that day. It was Mr. Brewster's opinion that the outrage had been the work of a gang and that nobody was safe. Daniel Brewster had spoken of this matter with strange earnestness, but his words had slipped from Archie's mind when he made his way that night to his father-in-law's suite. Archie was in an exalted mood. In the course of dinner he had had a bit of good news, which was occupying his thoughts to the exclusion of all other matters. It had left him in a comfortable, if rather dizzy, condition of benevolence to all created things. He had smiled at the room clerk as he crossed the lobby, and, if he had had $1, he would have given it to the boy who took him up in the elevator. He found the door of the Brewster suite unlocked, which at any other time would have struck him as unusual. But tonight he was in no frame of mind to notice these trivialities. He went in, and finding the room dark and no one at home, sat down, too absorbed in his thoughts to switch on the lights, and gave himself up to dreamy meditation. There are certain moods in which one loses count of time, and Archie could not have said how long he had been sitting in the deep armchair near the window when he first became aware that he was not alone in the room. He had closed his eyes, the better to meditate, so had not seen anyone enter. Nor had he heard the door open. The first intimation he had that somebody had come in was when some hard substance knocked against some other hard substance, producing a sharp sound which brought him back to earth with a jerk. He sat up silently. The fact that the room was still in darkness made it obvious that something nefarious was afoot. Plainly there was dirty work in preparation at the crossroads. He stared into the blackness, and as his eyes grew accustomed to it, was presently able to see an indistinct form bending over something on the floor. The sound of rather stertorous breathing came to him. Archie had many defects which prevented him being the perfect man, but lack of courage was not one of them. His somewhat rudimentary intelligence had occasionally led his superior officers during the war to thank God that Great Britain had a navy. But even these stern critics found nothing to complain of in the manner in which he bounded over the top. Some of us are thinkers, others men of action. Archie was a man of action, and he was out of his chair and sailing in the direction of the back of the intruder's neck before a wiser man would have completed his plan of campaign. The miscreant collapsed under him with a squashy sound, like the wind going out of a pair of bellows, and Archie, taking a firm seat on his spine, rubbed the other's face in the carpet and awaited the progress of events. At the end of half a minute it became apparent that there was going to be no counterattack. The dashing swiftness of the assault had apparently had the effect of depriving the marauder of his entire stock of breath. He was gurgling to himself in a pained sort of way, and making no effort to rise. Archie, feeling that it would be safe to get up and switch on the light, did so, and, turning after completing his maneuver, was greeted by the spectacle of his father-in-law, seated on the floor in a breathless and dishevelled condition, blinking at the sudden illumination. On the carpet beside Mr. Brewster lay a long knife, and beside the knife lay the handsomely framed masterpiece of J.B. Wheeler's fiancée, Miss Alice Wigmore. Archie stared at this collection dumbly. "Oh, what ho!" he observed at length, feebly. A distinct chill manifested itself in the region of Archie's spine. This could mean only one thing. His fears had been realized. The strain of modern life, with all its hustle and excitement, had at last proved too much for Mr. Brewster. Crushed by the 1,001 anxieties and worries of a millionaire's existence, Daniel Brewster had gone off his onion. Archie was nonplussed. This was his first experience of this kind of thing. What, he asked himself, was the proper procedure in a situation of this sort? What was the local rule? Where, in a word, did he go from here? He was still musing in an embarrassed and baffled way, having taken the precaution of kicking the knife under the sofa, when Mr. Brewster spoke. And there he was, in both the words and the method of their delivery, so much of his old familiar self that Archie felt quite relieved.
"So it's you, is it, you wretched blight, you miserable weed?" said Mr. Brewster, having recovered enough breath to be going on with. He glowered at his son-in-law despondently. "I might have expected it. If I was on the North Pole, I could count on you butting in."
"Shall I get you a drink of water?" said Archie.
"What the devil," demanded Mr. Brewster, "do you imagine I want with a drink of water?"
"Well—" Archie hesitated delicately. "I had a sort of idea that you had been feeling the strain a bit. I mean to say, rush of modern life and all that sort of thing."
"What are you doing in my room?" said Mr. Brewster, changing the subject.
"Well, I came to tell you something, and I came in here and was waiting for you, and I saw some chappie biffing about in the dark, and I thought it was a burglar or something, after some of your things. So, thinking it over, I got the idea that it would be a fairly juicy scheme to land on him with both feet. No idea it was you, old thing. Frightfully sorry and all that. Meant well." Mr. Brewster sighed deeply. He was a just man, and he could not but realize that, in the circumstances, Archie had behaved not unnaturally.
"Oh, well," he said, "I might have known something would go wrong."
"Awfully sorry."
"It can't be helped. What was it you wanted to tell me?"
He eyed his son-in-law piercingly.
"Not a cent over $20, he said coldly.
Archie hastened to dispel the pardonable error.
"Oh, it wasn't anything like that," he said. "As a matter of fact, I think it's a good egg. It has bucked me up to no inconsiderable degree. I was dining with Lucille just now, and as we dallied with the foodstuffs, she told me something which, well, I'm bound to say it made me feel considerably braced. She told me to trot along and ask you if you would mind. I gave Lucille $100 only last Tuesday."
Archie was pained.
"Adjust this sordid outlook, old thing," he urged. "You simply aren't anywhere near it. Right off the target, absolutely. What Lucille told me to ask you was if you would mind, at some tolerably near date, being a grandfather. Rotten thing to be, of course," proceeded Archie commiseratingly, "for a chappie of your age, but there it is." Mr. Brewster gulped. "Do you mean to say—"
"I mean, apt to make a fellow feel a bit of a patriarch. Snowy hair and what not, and, of course, for a chappie in the prime of life like you—"
"Do you mean to tell me— Is this true?"
"Absolutely. Of course, speaking for myself, I'm all for it."
"I don't know when I felt more bucked. I sang as I came up here, absolutely warbled in the elevator. But you—"
A curious change had come over Mr. Brewster. He was one of those men who have the appearance of having been hewn out of the solid rock, but now, in some indescribable way, he seemed to have melted. For a moment he gazed at Archie. Then, moving quickly forward, he grasped his hand in an iron grip.
"This is the best news I've ever had," he mumbled.
"Awfully good of you to take it like this," said Archie cordially. "I mean, being a grandfather—" Mr. Brewster smiled. Of a man of his appearance one could hardly say that he smiled playfully, but there was something in his expression that remotely suggested playfulness. "My dear old bean," he said. Archie started. "My dear old bean," repeated Mr. Brewster firmly. "I'm the happiest man in America." His eye fell on the picture which lay on the floor. He gave a slight shudder, but recovered himself immediately. "After this," he said, "I can reconcile myself to living with that thing for the rest of my life. I feel it doesn't matter." "I say," said Archie, "how about that? Wouldn't have brought the thing up if you hadn't introduced the topic, but, speaking as man to man, what the dickens were you up to when I landed on your spine just now?" "I suppose you thought I had gone off my head." "Well, I'm bound to say—" Mr. Brewster cast an unfriendly glance at the picture. "Well, I had every excuse, after living with that infernal thing for a week." Archie looked at him, astonished. "I say, old thing, I don't know if I've got your meaning exactly, but you somehow give me the impression that you don't like that jolly old work of art." "Like it?" cried Mr. Brewster. "It's nearly driven me mad. Every time it caught my eye, it gave me a pain in the neck. Tonight I felt as if I couldn't stand it any longer. I didn't want to hurt Lucille's feelings by telling her, so I made up my mind I would cut the damn thing out of its frame and tell her it had been stolen." "What an extraordinary thing! Why, that's exactly what old Wheeler did." "Who is old Wheeler?" "Artist chappie. Pal of mine. His fiancée painted the thing, and when I lifted it off him, he told her it had been stolen. He didn't seem frightfully keen on it either." "Your friend Wheeler has evidently good taste." Archie was thinking. "Well, all this rather gets past me," he said. "Personally, I've always admired the thing. Dashed right bit of work, I've always considered. Still, of course, if you feel that way—" "You may take it from me that I do." "Well then, in that case, you know what a clumsy devil I am. You can tell Lucille it was all my fault." The Wigmore Venus smiled up at Archie. It seemed to Archie with a pathetic, pleading smile. For a moment he was conscious of a feeling of guilt. Then, closing his eyes and hardening his heart, he sprang lightly in the air and descended with both feet on the picture. There was a sound of rending canvas, and the Venus ceased to smile. "Golly!" said Archie, regarding the wreckage remorsefully. Mr. Brewster did not share his remorse. For the second time that night he gripped him by the hand. "My boy," he quavered. He stared at Archie as if he were seeing him with new eyes. "My dear boy, you were through the war, were you not?" "Eh? Oh, yes. Right through the jolly old war." "What was your rank?" "Oh, second lieutenant." "You ought to have been a general." Mr. Brewster clasped his hand once more in a vigorous embrace. "I only hope," he added, "that your son will be like you." There are certain compliments, or compliments coming from certain sources, before which modesty reels, stunned. Archie's did. He swallowed convulsively. He had never thought to hear these words from Daniel Brewster. "How would it be, old thing," he said almost brokenly, "if you and I trickled down to the bar and had a spot of sherbet?" The end of Indiscretions of Archie, by P. G. Wodehouse.